Matthew 7:21. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of the Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? Then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, workers of iniquity. If you ain't getting on your knees, he don't need y'all. Sit kill him in front of me, that's a G call. Ain't hear his voice when he called, it's a recall. This ain't his first rodeo, he called. Sit bring him in front of me, yeah, right here. They don't wanna hear, cut him near the ear. Whole lot of blood, whole lot of people slain. Crying, Lord, Lord, they don't even know his name. Said he reached out, but you said no food. Got no fruit, so he don't know you. Sodomites going to a pit of boo-boo.
Shalom, brothers and sisters throughout the earth. This is Elder Rickosh. We are the gathering of Christ Church. I would like to say a humble shalom to everyone out there. And I have Elder Lawyer on the line. Are you with me, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shalom.
Okay.
To everyone.
Absolutely. And we have Brother Shapat. You can say shalom to the brothers and sisters. He's in the background, but nonetheless, he's here with us. We're here for a part 2, a second part on the a continuation of last week's show, The Occult World, Do As Thou Wilt, part 2. How the world is being acclimated into an occult mentality, a world of unbelief, no culture, no understanding, no spiritual connection with the Most High altogether, a world headed directly to hell following the occult ideologies throughout the world. We named a few last week. We touched on to some degree how through Oprah Winfrey and others have moved the majority of churchgoers into a New Age, occultist, Buddhist type of mentality. So the elders are going to come together today and discuss this and see how we can put a halt to this to some degree, or at least have our brothers and sisters understand what's out there before they go down this road that leads directly to hell or Satanism itself. We went into some of the characters, but we will do so this evening also. The fathers of the occult, if you will, like the Aleister Crowleys and what have you. We're going to touch on him today. Also, we went into the political side of things as far as Albert Pike and how they had an ideology or a belief in the late 1800s through the occult Jewish Zionist agenda to lead the whole world into Satanism and unbelief before they implode the world. Not before taking or controlling Jerusalem. Now, there were so many facets or tentacles to this particular beast, we had to do a part 2, and who knows, we may have to do a part 3. But nonetheless, we're going to attempt to tackle through the Spirit of the Most High today the sorcery or the pharmaceutical or the drug faction or part of the occult world. Elder Lawyer went and did some research, and we have some serious things to tackle today concerning this. Also, I think we have Brother Gocc in the building. Is he? Elder Gocc. Where are you, in Jamaica, England? Is he on, or must we pull him in? Elder Gocc.
Yeah, he's going to call in a bit later.
Oh, he's going to call in a bit later. Okay, well, hey, we're about to jump head first into this particular broadcast, and because we began this broadcast kind of late, we're going to get directly into the information. All right. Now, last week, Elder Lawyer, if my memory serves me well, we were talking about Aleister Crowley. We went into Albert Pike. We also showed you the God Yahweh that was operating with the occult world in the beginning, the secret name Yahweh or Yabulin being worshipped by Albert Pike in his personal memoirs or records of morals and dogma. We also played some interesting clips to show that brothers
going to reveal
that are behind the conscious
that
community,
we've been gathering, dealing with the power of the dark side, the the pros and the cons of the dark side, the power of tapping into the dark side, and not only the power tapping into the dark side, we were going to show and prove numerous examples of groups of people who are utilizing dark force energy to navigate through this reality that we call life.
So I'm gonna do the libation, then we're gonna do the picks, and then we'll be on our way back. You ready, young? All right. All right, Ashe. We want to call on the Most High God, Olofin, Olo Dudorme, Olo Dumare, Olofin, Oloron, Chukwe, Inyame, Amin Ra, God, Allah, Jehovah, by whatever name we know him, and her. Ashe.
Ashe.
Call on the Orisha, Obatala, Ashe, Yemoja, Ashe, Oshun, Ashe, Oya, Ashe, Shango, Ashe, Beji, Ashe, Ochozi, Ashe, Olokun, Ashe, Oya, Ashe.
brothers that are key speakers such as Umar Johnson and others, influential voices within the black community, are secretly or not they're openly occultic, right? We've seen some rituals in which they were actually doing rituals to the dead at Harriet Tubman's grave. And another brother, Red Hill, came out and said that black people of color, need to use the dark arts.
We tend to find African traditional systems or African traditional religions. And inside of those African traditional religions, I don't see too many Pan-Africans that embrace that and come forth and say, look, these are the dark arts. This is what it has done for your ancestors. This is what it's doing for the people now, because you can't speak about Palo Mayombe, Lukumi, Santeria, and all of those things and not talk about the different groups that are benefiting off of utilizing it right now.
More, which is magic and sorcery or witchcraft, as if that's the answer to the black man's ill. Our magic is not topping the white man's magic. So I'm going to contact Azariah as soon as possible to see if we can get Red Pill or others on this particular broadcast, and invite Umar also once more. Hopefully the conversation go more than 2 minutes. But go beyond 2 minutes if it be the Most High's will. But I hope that Umar can come on, and I don't want to go into the child psychology in his school. I would like to understand, what was that ritual over Harriet Tubman's grave, and what religion is he following, and what gods was he invoking, and whether or not that particular spirit would be part of his program or part of his cultural base for uplifting our people. So, hey, get him on again and let him know that, let bygones be bygones. We didn't get past first base with the first program, but we'll give him the leeway to give us some insight on this religion. Even though we know what he's really dealing with, but all in all, we invite guests on that we disagree with all the time to give their side of whatever. It's just to show our people out there that the true direction is not being promoted throughout the earth, which is the belief in the Bible, its tenets, and following the law, statutes, and commandments of the God of Israel. Elder, lawyer, talk to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As you were mentioning, basically recapping some of the things we discussed from last week. We remember that the topic of discussion was "Do as Thou Wilt," and we know that Aleister Crowley is the person who is pretty much accredited as bringing forth that quote to the world. So we thought that with this week we'll start off with the person who created the term, and pretty much springboard into some of those who have not only been influenced by him, but those who have carried on this tradition of as we would say, drug use and pharmaceuticals and the link between the two. Many people don't know that there's a link between the two, and that's the main thing we have in store for tonight.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to talk about, Elder Lawyer. The fact that most people don't know. They think that them doing drugs is just a casual party type of thing in which they're making an individual choice to get high or to feel good.
This is High Society, a series where we meet dealers, users, and manufacturers to find out why the UK has one of the world's most excessive drug habits. When it comes to MDMA, the UK statistically takes more in one session than any other nation on Earth.
First time you take it, it's like unreal.
And there's like loads of drum and bass, loads of lights, and then everything was just like, whoa.
Last year, ecstasy-related deaths reached their highest levels in a decade.
It's a controlled drug because it's deadly. You don't have to see what's in the media.
And now,
knows that millions of people take ecstasy every weekend. It should know what is inside the
or even to some degree used as what you would call, or what we would call,
ecstasy doesn't have to be
an escape.
This is the story of my life, and this is what I do. I don't pretend, I don't hide, I do it for real. And you got to be strong when it comes to this stuff here. Oh, by the way, this is a pipe.
So to speak, right? A lot of our people use this spirit as an escape. They just want to get away, and they use drugs as a means to cover some of these spiritual ills they're dealing with, right? And we have to also let our brothers and sisters know that there's ways of escaping outside of these temporary escapes they use through the drug occult program. It's as if the world has funneled us into the only option. The only option we're dealing with is to be able to use their option or their drug game as an escape. Okay? So, again, when it comes to the occult spirit, brothers and sisters don't know that the majority of the earth is sucked up or have been pulled into an occult mentality where if they're dealing with social scenarios, social situations, emotional, traumatic situations, family issues, relationship issues, you have it, what have you. Usually, the first option that we hear out there, or what we do, is we use alcohol or either some form of drug as an escape, opposed to dealing with the issues, the internal issues, and overcoming these issues without the help of pharmaceuticals. It's as if this society has set it that way. Those that, brothers and sisters, believe it or not, the world powers established a world of chaos and confusion and evil to lead everyone to their option. The pharmaceuticals, the drugs. We're going to talk about the drugs because more than ever out there, brothers and sisters, we are hearing about this drug thing, whether or not these drug debates amongst politicians.
Paul, you say that the federal government should stay out of people's personal habits. You say marijuana, cocaine, even heroin should be legal if states want to permit it. You feel the same about prostitution and gay marriage. Question, sir, why should social conservatives in South Carolina vote for you for president?
Well, they will if they understand my defense of liberty is the defense of their right to practice their religion and say their prayers where they want and practice their life. But if if you do not protect liberty across the board, it's a First Amendment type issue. We don't have a First Amendment so that we can talk about the weather. We have the First Amendment so we can say very controversial things. So for people to say that, yes, we have our religious beliefs protected, but people who want to follow something else or a controversial religion, you can't do this. If you have the inconsistency, then you're really not defending liberty. But there are strict rules on freedom of choice of this sort, because you can't hurt other people, you can't defame other people. But yes, you have a right to do things that are very controversial. If not, you're going to end up with government that's going to tell us what we can eat and drink and whatever. You know, it's amazing that we want freedom to pick the future, you know, our future in a spiritual way, but not when it comes to our personal habits.
But Senator, are you suggesting that heroin and prostitution are an exercise of liberty?
Well, you know, I probably never used those words. You put those words someplace, but
whether or not marijuana should be made legal, or whether or not cocaine should be made legal, or some states have medicinal marijuana use, others don't. So they're keeping this drug conversation as a political talk point on the mindset of the population for a specific purpose. I thought that we would actually try to tie 2 and 2 together, right? Because we all know that the drug game is controlled by the government powers. We just don't know how high up, up the realms of government this goes. Some of us stop at, well, it must be the CIA, it must be the DEA, or it may be this particular, evil part of government. But a lot of us don't even realize that it's all an initiate into a global satanic ritual, paying some homage to this evil spirit. And even when called Satan, and even when we use these drugs as an escape, a lot of us don't realize we're using it to pacify or to patch, these emotional ills. But all in all, it leads us to the same place, worshiping or yielding to the same God that put it out there. How high does this thing go? Do it go beyond just the political realm? These are the things we want to discuss today. Tie 2 and 2 together so that brothers and sisters will have an educated choice going forward concerning their use of pharmaceuticals. Make a choice on whether or not this is something you would like to include in your life, or a choice you would make for a temporary fix.
This isn't a bad car accident or a gunshot wound.
So this guy just arrived. He's completely naked, wrapped in a sheet. There's a huge medical team taking care of this patient right now.
He was just running through the streets. His heart rate is just dangerously elevated right now.
This man is just the latest victim of a new synthetic street drug called Flocka, and it's terrifying.
911, what is your emergency? I'm going through a detox mode right now. He got my money, and I want my drugs. Can you get it on officer?
When people get high, it can get scary. Some run through the streets naked. Others climb fences and get seriously injured. One man seen here trying to break into a police station.
People think that they're being chased, they're being shot at, the devil is chasing them.
I'm a sinner. I must make amends for all the wrongdoing I've done.
This right here is for Flocka, alpha PVP. It's so cheap. The dose is going for as little as $3 a hit.
This is probably the worst and the fastest drug that I've seen catch on, and it's probably the most dangerous that I've seen.
And that is what has
now knowing the long-term implication or the long-term effect. So let's go into it, right? Because a lot of us realize this too. The majority of the so-called geniuses, those that we look to as respectful philanthropists within society, brothers and sisters, guess what? The majority of these people that are pushed by government as philanthropists or people we must look up to as great billionaires, a lot of these guys were cokeheads. coke heads, weed heads, and a lot of us look at that and we like to attach a positive connotation to their genius.
50 years ago, psychedelics like LSD were considered cutting-edge science. But this powerful drug escaped the lab and became a street drug with a dangerous reputation. Inspiring perceived moments of genius.
I took a trip through architectural history.
Or descents into madness. Now, science is taking a fresh look at LSD, including the first experiments on humans in 30 years.
And claim, well, it helped them explore their genius, right? We're going to go into this. That these drugs are actually gateways for demon possession. And also, when you take on these drugs, you take on a demon that's connected with you, that merge with your very being. It's what some occultists call opening up your chakra, your third eye, right? Or some do acid, they call themselves tripping, do acid trips. Let me tell you, the elite powers and the people we deem geniuses in this earth are getting help, but not on the righteous side. Now, hey, you ready to go, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir, indeed.
All right. Well, let's go. All right. We got 2 hours of this particular show. We're going right in right now, and then we're going to open the lines up, okay? We're going to jump right into it. Let's first start with Uncle Fester, Aleister Crowley himself. You know, and there's word out there that Hillary Clinton is the love child of this particular character here. She's the love child of Aleister Crowley and Barbara Bush, right? So we're going to read this. Aleister Crowley. He's an occultist, a known occultist that's behind the Beatles, the British monarchy, when it comes to secret rituals. He was called the Beast during his time. All right. He was born 1875, the same time that America was transitioning to new philosophies such as Jehovah's Witnesses, on and on and on, Baptists, all the newfound religions that were being germinated out of England. This guy, an occultist, was a part of it. He was operating with the main Masons who were coming over with new ideologies on how to program and to assimilate the slaves into this occultist mentality eventually. Now, they were targeting us the whole time, believe it or not. There was something special about our people during this time in servitude, and to some degree it was a saving grace. The fact that we were serving and wasn't a part of this so-called circle, believe it or not, this actually preserved a lot of us alive. These so-called occultists during the late 19th century, all right, the late 1800s, when they were setting up Christmas and sacrifice, they were doing all types of evil, wickedness, pedophilia, homosexuality, cross-dressing. Hey, this thing didn't just start with Bruce Jenner, okay? But let's talk about Uncle Fester here, right? Aleister Crowley, right? And why are we pulling him up first? He's the guy that coined the phrase, "Do as thou wilt."
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. You may refer to me as the Beast.
Which is actually the name of our particular broadcast this evening. The occult world, do as thou wilt, in which a world would be germinated, in which each individual would make themselves a god and idolize themselves and just do what you will. Hey, live for today. The majority of the earth is being inseminated or merging into this type of spirit. Well, he's the father of this particular agenda in America. Okay? No one did anything unless they went through Aleister Crowley, be it the theater, the music business, whatever the case is. It was this guy praying over records and all that.
I sit on a council of 13 people that take orders only from the Rothschild Tribunal in London, which they claim they take their orders directly from Lucifer.
I was the manager of Zodiac Productions, which Zodiac Productions, its name's been changed since then. I'm not even sure what they call it now, but it's the largest music conglomerate in the world. It owns RCA Records, Columbia Records, Motown Records, owns almost all the concert booking agencies in the United States. And that's not even the name of the company that owns it. The name of the company that owns it is Brenner Enterprises, and Brenner Enterprises is owned by Chase Manhattan. Chase Manhattan's owned by Standard Oil, and Standard Oil is owned by the Lords of London. You can track it on back. You kind of get the idea after a while. But I was the managing president of Zodiac Productions. It's one of my jobs as being one of these 13 people. Thus, I got to know many of the people who produce music and sing the music and play the music that you play. Now, one of the closest friends that I got during that time that I obtained was a man named David Crosby. Crosby, Still, Nash & Young. And I saw David the day before Christmas last year, talked with him. I got him away from this witch that he had with him. He told her to go shopping. We were in West Hollywood, and I was witnessing around to people I knew. We went off in the store, and we started talking. I said, David, I'd like to ask you a couple questions. I said, I already know the answers, but I've been gone for 5 years. I'd like to know if certain things are still the way they were when I left. I said, now I'll have to explain some of this when I'm done, because you're not going to understand it all unless you know something about music. I said, do they still take the master to the temple room? Dave said, yeah. I said, do they still have the coven conjure demons into the master? He said, of course. I said, now, I got to know something. What's the main reason for rock music? He said, come on, Lance, you know what the reason is. I said, please, David, I don't want to guess. Tell me what the main reason is. He says, the same as when you were in, so that we can play spells on people that we couldn't cast spells upon. I'll explain what that means in a minute. I said, okay, one last thing. I've been hearing that you must be an initiated witch now to get a record contract. He said, that's right. He says, many of us that weren't total witches have to be witches now in order to produce music.
Over the Beatles and all that. And when you play those records backwards, it would have what you would call a secret, a secret message that would bring the world into this occult ideology. Okay, he's the guy that was behind this. Okay, let me read this. Aleister Crowley, Edward Alexander Crowley, born October 12th, 1875. 1875. He died 1947. Now it's this guy's pictures and all that. That's on the Michael Jackson albums and all that. Is this particular guy, okay? It's his books that the Beatles read and all that. It's him, this guy right here, this occultist, all right? Now check it out. was an English occultist, practiced ceremonial he was a ceremonial magician. Now, what ceremonies? We're talking about like the secret political ceremonies they have, like Bohemian Grove and all the other little places the politicians go to rape children and do what they do. He was a poet, okay, probably what you would call today a modern-day rapper. He was a painter, a novelist, a mountaineer. He founded the religion of Thelema, identifying himself as the prophet entrusted with guiding humanity into the eon of Horus. Now we know Horus as a what? An Egyptian deity. Oh, all-seeing eye, pyramid. Okay, on your dollar bill. The old worships of the ancient gods, the fallen gods. One like Azazel, who's buried under the Great Pyramid of Giza this day. Well, he was going to bring that whole ideology back into modern society, especially aimed towards having America be the springboard for this ancient occultist ideology. He was a prolific writer. He published widely over the course of his life. Born to a wealthy Plymouth... Now, I'm reading this directly out of Wiki, brothers and sisters. Mind you, I need you to check out how they are actually just flossing over. This is the most fluff piece. I mean, this is the greatest fluff piece you would ever want to read concerning such an evil man. I'm not reading here, okay, this guy ate children. Okay, he drank blood. Okay, he probably cut an animal open and slept inside its carcass. I'm not reading none of this. Right? A serial child rapist. This is a straight fluff piece here. Right? I need y'all to check this out. So, what is Wiki hiding? Lawyer, I know we have a few things Wiki's hiding, correct?
Indeed.
You know, brother, I'm not hearing crackhead. Oh, y'all thought crack came out in the 80s. I'm not hearing weed head. What's going on here? A satanic murderer?
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law is an ethical code that has seeped into our culture, infiltrating Hollywood circles and spanning to the highest tiers of our power structure. It's known as the Law of Thelema, found in the writings of Aleister Crowley. And while some have labeled Crowley the wickedest man in the world, others have affectionately dubbed him the most notorious occult magician of the 20th century. So who was Crowley, and does he really deserve the title of the wickedest man in the world? Or was he just a spoiled rich pervert with nothing else to do? Well, hopefully at the end of this 5-minute video, you'll be able to tell me. Aleister Crowley's real name is Edward Alexander Crowley, and he grew up in England with evangelical Christian parents, even attending a Christian boarding school growing up. Crowley's life did a 180 when his father died of cancer. His father's death marks the start of Crowley's dysfunction, accented by a growing hatred of his mother and the church, which spiraled into destructive behavior, drug abuse, and an obsession with sex. From the diaries of Aleister Crowley, he recalled this period of his life and his resentment of the church as this: I wanted sin, a supreme spiritual sin, but hadn't the slightest idea how to go about it. So Crowley separated himself from his pious start, publishing his erotic and lewd poetry while at Cambridge, documenting his rapidly growing obsession with promiscuity. There at Cambridge, his interest in magic, secret societies, and the occult ignited, and thus his desire to become a black magician manifested, which became the driving force propelling him throughout the rest of his life. The Golden Dawn, a secret society of literary and other notable figures, wasn't enough for Crowley. He craved a darker variety of magic, and practicing dangerous rituals with risks of setting loose evil spirits sort of satiated his hunger. But he wanted more sin, more power, at whatever cost. Crowley joined covens but never stayed in them due to his lack of respect for the practices of the coven, as well as his homosexual inclinations. He also became a high-ranking Freemason, holding membership at several lodges and gaining several Masonic degrees. On his honeymoon, Crowley and his wife visited Egypt. His wife was said to have encountered a deity or a spirit or a demon on their honeymoon during a ritual they did. When Crowley prompted her to reveal what spirit she encountered, she showed him an exhibit at a museum in Cairo. The exhibit's number? 666, the number of the beast in the Book of Revelation. And despite his well-published and documented dabbling, or really submersion into the occult, he was hired by British intelligence as an agent. He even played a major role in the plot to overthrow the government of Spain. Crowley's use of drugs is noteworthy. Not only his self-medicating, but also his drugging of others. Unbeknownst to them, he would invite individuals over for dinner, drug them, and document their behavior. Crowley's role in World War II involved propaganda. He became the editor of a pro-German magazine called The Fatherland, pitched ideas to help the Allies, and dropped occult pamphlets to the German countryside, which painted the German leadership as satanic. Thus, his prowess in propaganda might explain why his practices and teachings are still in vogue today. An emphasis of Crowley's teachings is sex magic, which is really part of a formula and rituals that make use of sex itself as an integral element. Crowley identified sex as the most powerful force in life, and the supreme source of magical power. Now that we have all the facts laid out, let us discuss some of the theories surrounding Crowley and his impact on the world. Crowley was recognized by the BBC as the 73rd greatest Briton of all time. Perhaps one of the most intriguing theories surrounding Crowley is the theory that he is Barbara Bush's father, making him George W. Bush's grandfather, meaning that Barbara Bush was a product of sex magic and occult blood exists within our United States presidents. Another theory is Aleister Crowley's connection to the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard. And beyond that, Nathan Crowley, an admitted cousin of Aleister, was the set designer for Dark Knight Rises, which featured the name Sandy Hook in the film before the event even took place. So was Aleister Crowley overhyped? Are we giving him too much credit? Was he really the wickedest man in the world? Despite his depravity, despite whatever he dabbled in, despite his practices, he was still in the inner circle, and they accepted him with open arms, kind of like they do today.
Boy, hold up. We're not going to spend too much time on Uncle Fester from the Addams family. A matter of fact, before it came on, when I seen his picture, and I had Lawyer on the phone, I said, Lawyer, when I was a kid, there was this show that came on Delhi called The Addams Family, a child show. I'm like, this guy looks like Uncle Fester. Don't you know, right after he said that, I think it was your brother Yahawada looked him up, Lawyer.
Yeah.
Looked up Uncle Fester. And came to find out they got the caricature from Aleister Crowley for Uncle Fester. So they was implanting the occult ideology and magic and witchcraft, against society. Since I was a young man, like a baby, I was watching this. I was like 5, 6 years old, and he used to come on, da 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 da, da 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 da. Da, 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 da. And you see this crazy looking family, right? Addams family. So Aleister Crowley was one of the characters that they used in that, inseminating children into occult ideas, right? Now what they're not saying is this guy's Jewish, with a Jewish satanic agenda. Now, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
You did some research, right? There's a book out called Diary of a Drug Fiend.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Found.
Absolutely. Yes, basically this book, Diary of a Drug Fiend, was published in 1922 and was actually a novel written by Aleister Crowley. Now, when you, again, this is from Wikipedia, I'm going to briefly read this just to give some context to it. It says, this story is widely thought to be based upon Crowley's own drug experiences, despite being written as a fiction. This seems almost conclusively confirmed by Crowley's statement in the novel's preface. This is a true story. It has been rewritten only so far as was necessary to conceal personalities. So even though this is considered a novel, a fictional novel, it's actually based on true stories and true events from Aleister Crowley's life and his drug addiction, not only in ritual drug abuse, but also, of course, anytime Satan uses someone as a servant, he eventually tosses them to the side when he has no use for them, and they become, out there just vagabonds. And this is what became of Aleister Crowley. He basically died a drug addict, poor, out of his mind. So this is I guess this would be an ode to modern times, in which you have brothers and sisters who, again, as we mentioned, they may think that this is just recreational, it's just fun, it's just something to do on downtime, whatever the case may be. But again, anytime Satan uses you and gets a door open within you, he'll use you just as long as he needs you, and then toss you to the side, where you're an addict, you're out there homeless, on the street, Skid Row, wherever the case may be. Now, some people may be wondering, how is it that we're talking about Aleister Crowley, an occultist and a Satanist, and also drug use, when drug use right now is not necessarily associated with the occult in modern times? Well, hopefully through the course of this radio show, we'll be able to expound on a few more things to not only show you the occult correlation between drug use and Satanism, but also to show you that connection between pharmaceuticals and what they would consider illegal drugs, because there is a history and a relationship between these two that must be discussed and understood for our people in this current time.
Okay, well, before I do that, the toll-free number, well, it's not a toll-free number, but the number to call in, the guest call-in is 515-844. What is it here? 515. There you go. 515-605-9327. 515-605-9327. Okay. That way, even if you're looking at us on the screen and can't hear both of us, you can turn your sound down through Ustream and hear us both as I broadcast. Okay? 515-605-9327. All right, lawyer, let's jump right in. First of all, it has come out that, Aleister Crowley was what? A dope fiend. Okay? Number one, he got addicted. Why? Why did he get addicted? Well, the drugs was a gateway within his rituals that connected him with demons and spirits. These demons and spirits fired him and actually helped his gifts, such as his artistry, his writing. Okay? Temporarily, it helped him, but all in all, the same drugs that helped him obtain understanding and grow beyond the elite, the same drugs that helped this Satanist eventually destroyed him. Sounds familiar? It sounds very familiar. Look what happens to our great artists, our musicians, like Jimi Hendrix, like Ray Charles. I can go on and on and on and on and on. How they get in the drug game, get strung out on drugs, coincidence, and through that, there's some people out there who take full advantage of their drug addiction and eventually gain full power over their publisher, gain full financial control over their catalogs. Right?
2 hours a day, I have to. I'm just hating a little bit because I can't. I love it. I'm swimming all day. I do 2 hours a day. This for you. 2 hours a day.
Isn't it sad that the people you think care so much about you don't really give two squats about you? Her mentor, Clyde Davis, is knowing within hours she's going to be set up. Now notice Clyde Davis always holding his hand into a fist over fist. Now, in the Masonic world, that means time is up. His time has not come up yet. So who does he referring to when he holds his hands over his fist? Someone's time is up is Whitney. You see this, right? Now, Brandy received the letter, but won't know part of it. Brandy and Monica both was informed that Whitney will go down so they can come back up. Now, these young ladies is young enough to be Whitney's daughters, and they have no character or no compassion for this woman's life. Now, that's the life Whitney Houston chose. We're not making excuses for her. Whitney was a grown woman and she chose to do what she did. We're going to take you through this and walk you through this slow. Brandy did not want that letter. So the camera woman noticed Brandy looking uncomfortable. So there's a publicist in the room as well. As Whitney Houston motions for her daughter, Bobby Christina, they're going to do something like a quarterback sneak. As Whitney is slowly turning, they're going to hand the letter off to be dealt with. But isn't it funny that Brandy is using this for a crutch to sell music? Check this out. Take it, girl. Okay, she ain't looking. Gone. Man, Lord have mercy. And this is the industry that y'all wait outside for hours and days to do American Idol, to be on X Factor, America's Got Talent. Do you understand in order to be a part of that world, you have to be demonic? You have to sleep with men sleeping with men, women sleeping with women. You have to follow rituals. You have to do blood sacrifice offerings. If not, you're not going to be a part of this world. And once you in, you can only blood out. You can never get out.
I don't know one family, as far as I grew up with, I don't know when it comes to my family, my people, you understand? Each of us, especially if you're from the hood or you're a person of color or may not be a person of color, right? But brothers and sisters, I don't know one person out there that I know personally who don't know someone in their family who wasn't affected by some drugs or drug abuse. Legal or illegal, right? Shapat, I need you to get a scripture for me real quick. The book of Galatians. We're going to go in and I'm going to pull out a few more of these articles that were researched. Right? You ready? Yeah, I need you to read Galatians 5 and 19.
Galatians chapter 5 and verse 19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest.
The works of the flesh are manifest. And what are they?
Which are these?
Which are these? What are they?
Adultery.
Adultery.
Fornication.
Fornication.
Uncleanness.
Uncleanliness. Read.
Lasciviousness.
Lasciviousness.
Idolatry.
Idolatry.
Witchcraft.
Witchcraft. Now, mind you, all these things is Aleister Crowley in a nutshell. This is the doest thou wilt ideology. This is where it leads you to. No accountability. Just serve the flesh. Destroy family. Destroy everything, right? Read.
Hatred.
Hatred.
Variance.
Variances.
Emulation.
Emulations, that means schisms, always arguments. Read.
Wrath.
Wrath.
Strife.
Strife.
Sedition.
Seditions.
Heresies.
Heresies.
Envying. Murders. Drunkenness.
See that? Go on.
Revelings.
Revelings, come on.
And such like.
And such like what?
Of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things,
they which do such things, go on,
shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High.
shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High. Now, when examining particular things, what jumps out at us? What pops out? Well, when you look at witchcraft, it goes into pharmacy and or sorcery. Right? Let's get it. Witchcraft, which breaks down to what? Can you see that, Brother Shapat? Read it.
Pharmakia.
Pharmakia, which is what? Pharmaceuticals. We're going to show you also how the occult links directly with the pharmaceutical apparatus that's pushing drugs on us every other commercial. So it's not just the illegal drugs we're talking about. Eventually, they would get control over the whole witchcraft legal drug apparatus and push that on society.
America is regarded as a country with a ravenous appetite for consumption. Today, a widespread fondness for pharmaceuticals has turned the U.S. into a nation of pill poppers.
Bipolar depression doesn't have to consume you. Here's me, and here's my depression.
You know when you feel the weight of sadness. You may feel exhausted, hopeless, and anxious.
According to the U.S. government, antidepressant use among Americans has increased nearly 400% in the past 2 decades. Published reports find that 1 in 5 adults take at least one drug for mental health disorders. With over $14 billion in annual sales, antipsychotics remain America's top-selling therapeutic class of prescription drugs.
This is a medical journal.
Dr. Harriet Fraud believes Big Pharma has manufactured a climate of insanity by manipulating and even creating illness for capital gain.
The advertising strategy is to have vague diagnoses and then find wiggle room so that they apply to everybody.
Prescription Nexium. The U.S. is the only Western country that allows direct-to-consumer advertising of prescription drugs. This ad for attention deficit hyperactive disorder warns that untreated patients will likely end up divorced. And this commercial for Zoloft promises to make you happier, but
Side effects may include dry mouth, insomnia, sexual side effects, diarrhea, nausea, and sleepiness.
critics also say Big Pharma uses its financial muscle to ply doctors with gifts, cash kickbacks, and research funding in exchange for endorsing or prescribing the latest and most lucrative drugs.
What you have is a whole network of doctors who are hustling these drugs. If a patient comes in with a knee injury and says, "Ugh, I'm so sad." "Oh, are you depressed? Hey, write a prescription." They're given out like M&Ms.
Last year, prescription drug abuse became the #1 cause of accidental death, with more than 30,000 Americans overdosing.
It can consume you.
Seroquel, a bipolar medication, generated $4.4 billion in sales last year. Listing all its side effects requires 49 seconds of airtime.
High blood sugar has been reported with Seroquel XR and medicines like it, and in extreme cases can lead to coma or death.
The number of children consuming antipsychotic medication doubled in the past decade. Millions of American adolescents are taking drugs like Adderall, doled out by doctors to treat hyperactivity.
All these drugs are very, very similar to illicit or illegal drugs, except more dangerous. Marijuana is a little safer. But kids have no choice. I mean, and they're being forced on these by doctors, you know, who are telling parents this is the best thing for them, when often it's not. And so you're going to have a lot of angry, resentful kids growing up in America here. That's already happening because of this.
Now, what's more dangerous? The illegal stuff or the stuff they're peddling on your commercials every other minute? We're going to find that out in a moment. One moment. Now, I need you to read that again for me. Come on.
All right, so this is witchcraft. This is the Greek number in the Strong's Concordance 5332.
Come on.
From the scripture Galatians 5:19. 20 when it meant witchcraft.
You just got to project just a little bit.
So witchcraft is pharmakia from 5332, and that is medication or pharmacy.
Medication or pharmacy. Read.
By extension, magic.
By extension, what?
Magic.
Magic.
Literally or figuratively. Sorcery, witchcraft.
Do as thou wilt. So the initial program they set in the 60s and 70s, that so-called love liberal movement, was to initiate the low or the poor population into a satanic ideology by using what? Pharmacy, magic, what? Drugs. Drugs. Let me tell you, drugs is the key source or weapon that have been used against us since America's inception. Okay. Look how our young men are being destroyed on marijuana right now, the gateway. Okay, you call it just a gateway drug. They claim that gateway means what? Something is opening up. Something is coming in. Right? Elder Lawyer, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Speak to me, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, yes, we just discussed the relationship between Aleister Crowley and drug use and the promotion of drug use through his work. Now we're kind of moving into the pharmaceutical aspect of drug use. Pharmaceutical including not just the pills themselves, but also the psychoanalysis that they'll perform on an individual before they give them a pill, when they convince them that they're crazy or they have a medical condition which may not even exist, so on and so forth. There's a certain level of psychology that must be performed on someone to convince them that they're ill, which then leads to the drug. And that leads us to the...
Okay, so what you're saying in a nutshell, what's being researched here, is the magic that comes with it through psychology. And through that psychology of magic, it tricks the population into believing they're sick. And through that, or use a fear tactic that will lead them to a particular drug that the government or the world powers are looking to use to depopulate or harm that particular individual. So it must be, in order for them to do this, it must be to some degree voluntary. Like their magic cannot work or their evil cannot work unless we volunteer or yield ourselves to their magic or their witchcraft or psychology. So we're about to go into the mindset or the psychology part of the pharmaceutical apparatus, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
and I think
what we have there.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head as far as being able to explain exactly how this works. And it's really no different than what we read last week dealing with the serpent in the garden and how he was able to convince Eve that she had, I guess you would say, a deficiency that didn't really exist, which the only remedy for that deficiency was to partake of the tree. And we all know the end result of that. But moving up to modern times, someone who employed that same exact tactic of the serpent in the garden is one by the name of Sigmund Freud. Now,
Sigmund Freud. Go on.
Yes, sir. Now, Sigmund Freud, for those who may have not heard this name before, for some of you, this may just be a name just thrown out there.
Imagine a man who thought he was a god, who made himself so powerful he was almost untouchable, who gave Masonic rings to his inner circle to ensure their loyalty and made them wear them at all times, who could end your career or your life with one click of his fingers, who repeatedly falsified his patients' records and who planted suggestions into his patients' heads that they'd been sexually abused by their fathers. This man was Sigmund Freud.
amongst the circles of psychology, Sigmund Freud is seen as the father of modern psychoanalysis. So the methods they use in psychology go back to Sigmund Freud in this modern time.
Hailed as the father of modern psychology today, in his time he was jokingly referred to as the love doctor. His theories on sex and human sexuality brought him scorn and ridicule. Some dismissed him as a pervert. Often lampooned, the object of satire, and controversial to this day, the name Sigmund Freud is as recognizable now as it was when he was alive.
In 1938, at the age of 81, Sigmund Freud, the father of modern psychiatry, recorded a brief statement about his life and career, the only recording he ever made.
I started my professional activity trying to bring relief to my neurotic patients. I discovered some important new facts about the unconscious.
He found in the repressed areas of the mind what had been banished from conscious thought: fantasies of incest, fantasies of murder, repressed hatreds.
He is pushing sexuality back to a period when most people thought children were innocent, and extending the whole notion of what do we mean by sexual.
His reputation was that he was a libertine. He wrote pornographic materials, that he was a dirty, filthy, disgusting person.
People did not believe in my facts and thought my theories unsavory. In the end, I succeeded, but the struggle is not yet over. Sigmund Freud.
Now,
great point. Go on.
The thing we want to point out concerning Sigmund Freud, and Elder Rick, I believe Gocc wants to come in for a moment.
Okay, would you like me to bring him in through the Skype itself or through Skype?
That'll probably be easier.
Okay, one moment. Yeah, I know everyone's trying to jump in on this, right?
Absolutely.
All right, come on.
Hey, shalom, Elder. Can you hear me?
Ah, there you go. How are you?
I'm blessed, man. How you doing?
It's good, brother. It's good to hear from you. There's so much I would like to talk to you about. Once the show is over, I want to go offline and talk about a few things that we discussed for Jamaica going forward and what we need to do on some of the things there. So, don't forget, when I'm off the line, it's time, brother. It's time. So we're going to talk about that offline.
Yes, sir.
But we're here to do as thou will, right? And I think it's it's timely. It's quite timely, Elder Gocc, that you came in at this time where we began to go into the pharmaceutical side of the occult world and how the drugs have had a serious negative impact on our people. With you there in Jamaica right now, all right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of people don't know. A lot of people, brothers and sisters, don't know that marijuana. You would think that marijuana was always synonymous with being Jamaican. They don't even realize that was an agenda that was pushed against a people at a serious political time in Jamaica or throughout the earth during the time of civil rights.
Yes, sir.
They needed a what you would call prop or someone to be idolized that would push a particular drug that the CIA and the government wanted to use as a weapon to place our people in a docile mentality, really at the most political time within history. So I want to talk about that in a moment, but let's get we going back to how they would use sorcery or psychology to ease us into believing these things are not harmful or deadly altogether. Go and I'm gonna bring you in because I know Gocc, what that ganja is doing has been doing down there in Jamaica, and not just Jamaica. All the strains of marijuana that's messing our young men up and our young women up all throughout the earth right now. And I want to talk about that because that's the one drug that people are claiming that it's okay because of medicinal uses and the fact that it's not as harmful as other things. Like, it's what they're saying is it's the lesser of two evils. Well, how about not choosing either of the evils? How about choosing righteousness opposed to partaking with the forbidden fruit, right? So just stick with me, Gocc, and we're jumping right in. I'll bring you in one moment. Pick it up from where you were, Elder Lawyer. Come on, let's do it.
Yes, sir. Picking back up with this guy, Sigmund Freud. I mean, a lot can be said about this guy and his influences. I mean, we can do an academy itself just focusing on this guy, his work, and what he contributed to the modern form of sorcery and psychology.
A theory about human nature was put forward by Sigmund Freud. He had discovered, he said, primitive sexual and aggressive forces hidden deep inside the minds of all human beings. Forces which, if not controlled, led individuals and societies to chaos and destruction. This series is about how those in power have used Freud's theories to try and control the dangerous crowd in an age of mass democracy. At the heart of the story is not just Sigmund Freud, but other members of the Freud family. This episode is about Freud's American nephew, Edward Bernays. Bernays is almost completely unknown today, but his influence on the 20th century was nearly as great as his uncle's. Because Bernays was the first person to take Freud's ideas about human beings and use them to manipulate the masses. He showed American corporations for the first time how they could make people want things they didn't need by linking mass-produced goods to their unconscious desires. Out of this would come a new political idea of how to control the masses. By satisfying people's inner selfish desires, one made them happy and thus docile. It was the start of the all-consuming self, which has come to dominate our world today.
But nonetheless, just one thing I wanted to point out, again, like Aleister Crowley, a person who is famous for the promotion of the occult, well, we have Sigmund Freud on the, I guess you would say, the collegiate side of it, or the scholarly side of it, and he's pretty much dealing with the same exact form of addiction. The only difference is that Sigmund Freud was addicted to cocaine. And through this cocaine addiction, I mean, this guy went and did many works, many writings, many articles promoting the use of cocaine as a miracle drug which can heal all things.
Sigmund Freud and William Halsted were two medical revolutionaries. Freud, the well-known father of psychoanalysis, Halsted, the less well-known father of modern surgery. But just beneath the black and white success, there's another story. Both men shared a blinding addiction to cocaine. In a new book called An Anatomy of Addiction, pediatrician Howard Markel tells how the two tried to ward off self-destruction in the quest for knowledge.
And during this time period, cocaine actually became a very, very widely used and popular drug based on some of the promotions through Sigmund Freud. The key point I wanted to pull out from this as we venture into the pharmaceutical companies.
we are really in a dire situation. Republican or Democrat, it steams along. This government is dominated by the pharmaceutical industry, and if it wants a drug approved, it will get it, regardless of the consequences to the American people.
When 50% of America has a chronic disease, something's wrong. It means we've failed at our healthcare system. It means we have a disease care system.
Well, I don't think the public has begun to grasp the stranglehold of the pharmaceutical industry and the health insurance industry and the for-profit hospital industry and the nursing homes.
Drugs that have been said to be too unsafe to approve by the FDA's own medical reviewers have been approved over their objections and entered into the market, causing the very harms they predicted.
The FDA, in my opinion, has probably killed more Americans in this country than all the wars that the U.S. has ever fought combined.
The drugs themselves cause death, disability, further symptoms, which typically are further treated with other drugs.
As an ethical issue, they never think, gee, this is going to kill people, I shouldn't do it.
The pharmaceutical companies have one objective. That is not the health and safety of the individuals of this country, but the almighty dollar. The bottom line, making a buck.
They're going to become chronically ill. They're going to become chronically depressed. That's the expected end. And that's why they will need to be on these drugs for life. We're not killing them quickly, but we're taking their lives away.
The FDA approves unsafe medical devices, unsafe prescription drugs that harm Americans. And they spend any extra energy they have after approving drugs to go after natural product manufacturers to make sure that there is no competition to their client, the pharmaceutical industry.
One of the oldest activities in the world is eliminating economic competitors. Food, clean, safe, natural food, and high-potency nutrients are the economic competitors to expensive, dangerous, patentable drugs. It's a war being fought in your body.
We need to have a constitutional amendment. We need health freedom. We should have the right to choose the kind of care that we want.
It's a corporate zeitgeist. It's much more profitable to fix things than to perfect things. It's much more profitable to chalk up hospital stays than to help people stay out of them.
If they could convince people, we all know now the effects of cocaine, heroin, and many of these other drugs, which at one point were considered safe and miracle drugs, but now are deemed poisonous, detrimental to one's health. But the question is, if they were able to promote it back then as a safe pharmaceutical drug and get away with it and destroy many people in the process, what does that say about our modern pharmaceutical companies who use the same exact psychology, use the same exact methods in promoting these drugs?
To the world, this is a strange sight. It's a TV commercial for a prescription drug. These ads are legal in most countries, but in the U.S., they're everywhere. On average, 80 of them air every hour on American television.
Ask your doctor.
Ask your doctor. My doctor told me.
Ask your doctor.
And then 5 years later, they'll tell you, well, we didn't know when it first came out that it causes heart failure or mental issues or suicidal thoughts or so on and so forth. So just a little food for thought for those out there listening. When you hear the promotion of drugs and in this modern time.
Well, let's listen to a few things concerning Sigmund Freud. That's what you want to go into, right?
Yes, sir.
Exactly, because what people don't know, a lot of these people are these so-called top minds that are behind psychology, like Sigmund Freud. These guys were straight Satanists and cokeheads. Not only just cokeheads, they dealt with LSD, serious acid tabs, mushrooms, and they were opening themselves up to the occult, the satanic world, to gain power over the poor or naive population. And that also goes into Sigmund Freud being a top sorcerer, because what? He's the father of subliminal psychology. Like, how can we program people, talk to their subconscious, and have them believe they're making the choice while we are programming them on the subconscious level? They were able to get this science and understanding through demonology. And they could not link in with the spirits, but through a pathway or a gate. Hence, the drug or the drug game.
Exactly.
You understand? So I'm going to play this. I hope you all can hear this clearly real quick. Let me pull it up. One moment here. This is cocaine. All right. Cocaine, right? How drugs nearly destroyed Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud was a serious occultist. Listen to this clearly. Now, mind you, if they can tap into your subconscious, Sigmund Freud found out that they could use this same psychology or sorcery to have people anything they would love, they would like concerning society. That's how powerful the psychology that came with Sigmund Freud was. If they can tap into this desired or this idolatry, one could be a God type of mentality that they feel came with that seed of Adam, then they can get you to purchase or do with whatever they would like you to do. And see, and they begin to use this through commerce and through purchasing to control people's spending or to stimulate the economy fiscally. They would make you believe you need something you don't need. It's the same program. It's the same ideology. They get you to desire something you really don't want. Well, they started doing this, through commerce and said, you know what? We can also use this for the drug game. We can have them desire this and make this part of their being, and it will open up a gate of control. The lesser demons would control them while we are operating with the higher power, right? Listen to this clearly. And their higher power is Satan himself.
Now a tale of cocaine addiction involving two leading figures in the history of medicine. NewsHour health correspondent Betty Ann Bowser has our book conversation.
Sigmund Freud and William Halsted were two medical revolutionaries. Freud, the well-known father of psychoanalysis, Halsted, the less well-known father of modern surgery. But just beneath the black and white success, there's another story. Both men shared a blinding addiction to cocaine. In a new book called An Anatomy of Addiction, pediatrician Howard Markel tells how the two tried to ward off self-destruction in the quest for knowledge.
In the quest for knowledge. Right? So they was using the drug to help them gain what? Knowledge. So they didn't get their ingenuity or genius from reading books, brothers and sisters. They were looking for ancient wisdom. The ancient wisdom that was given to our father and mother, Adam and Eve. But let's go.
We caught up with Markel at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where Halsted conducted some of his greatest work. Dr. Markel, thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks for having me.
So what was the connection between Sigmund Freud and William Halsted?
Well, they both were contemporaries. They never met, or at least I can't find any evidence. But they were braided, their lives were braided together. They were bound together by a fascination with cocaine and several medical papers that some they each wrote and some they read about the latest, newest miracle drug of their era, 1884.
So here we are in the medical library of William Halsted at Johns Hopkins University, one of the great medical centers in the world. And he was a first here. What did he do?
Most of the modern safety procedures we take of how to cut open a body, how to handle the tissue very delicately and gently so that it heals well, how to suture it correctly. This was all William Halsted. He was also fascinated with aseptic surgery, not introducing germs into the surgical wound.
So at this point in medical history, cocaine was found to do what that would allow Halsted to do all these things in surgery and Freud to do all these things with his medicine?
Here you had something you could inject or treat or rub on there, and it numbed it to the surgeon's knife. And so Halstead became fascinated with using this deeper and deeper into the body to do all sorts of procedures without putting a patient under.
So Halstead got involved with cocaine by experimenting with it in ways to use it in surgery?
Yes. It was very common for many a doctor in the late 19th century and the early 20th century to use themselves as guinea pigs. And no doctor at this time knew of the terrible addictive effects of cocaine. None of this had been figured out yet. And so the first arm to be put out and injected was Halstead's.
Did Halstead understand at the time what he was doing to himself?
At some point he did. When he still lived in New York and he was literally ruining his career, he stopped going to the operating room, he stopped going to the hospital, he stopped going to medical meetings. In fact, at one point he was called down to the emergency room, bombed on cocaine, and he literally pulled away from the table and said, "I can't operate," and walked out, took a cab back to his townhouse, and skittered away the next 7 months high on cocaine.
Okay, let's talk about this real quick. As you can see, some of the top respected doctors and minds who shaped the ideology of psychology today were straight drug heads, Satanists, occultists. They were dope fiends. Okay? Now here it is. Now I'm going to show you this. And listen, I hope no one deemed me anti-Semitic with this particular point I'm about to make, but it so happened that they're Jewish also. So what's going on here? Black people or people of color or people in the hood or people that are suffering in the ghettos do not have access to any fields or any technology to, that could bring forth or to grow cocaine. We don't live in the environment to do so. We have nothing to do with it, but yet we're impacted by it. Right? I'm going to go into that in a moment. But here it is. Sigmund Freud and William Halstead. Halstead realized that he could use some of this stuff in surgery. Now, mind you, a lot of the surgery we see today is really the same surgeries and all that was being practiced in ancient Egypt. So really these guys are going in, linking into ancient spirits, getting the technology for science to be recognized and revered as great minds and gods over the major population today, but it's really an occult gateway education. It's not them just going to school here. Right? I want to put this out there because a lot of brothers and sisters don't realize what's really going on here. We're being initiated into a satanic occult world and believe that it's our choice when it comes to drugs or what have you, when really this is a systematic program that Satan set up from the beginning to initiate the world into what? A do as thou wilt mentality.
I will be like the Most High. Satan and his minions go by many names and wear many faces, but their strategy has always been to imitate God's truth.
American era. In a season when many commemorate the birth of Christ, we commemorate our own Genesis, the enlightenment of all humanity, a revelation of our nature as written in the annals of history, a gift from Lucifer, the light bringer, the morning star, and the rebel. We are Satanists. We engender moral, spiritual, and sexual freedom, personal independence, and insist upon personal choice in all things. We care for the significance of the individual spirits and personal moral responsibility. If you stand here today and embrace your nature, are free-thinking, self-governed, and godless, you too are Satanists in the eyes of many in your own community, including those who represent you in your governments. We are also Americans. We are seeking collaborators, individuals for a visionary satanic alliance, leaders of the new American era. And it is time to awaken. Do you want to be part of a sleeping world?
No!
Do you want to gorge on the drug of the commonplace?
No!
Will you forever remain addicted to the oppressive traditions of a counterfeit morality?
No!
Well, we must tell those people who represent us. As we stand on the crossroads of history, let us confront the blind and self-righteous, the persecutors of thought and reason. Let us rise up in celebration of our satanic nature and cast our chains into the dust of hell. The Word of God has been evoked time and time again to justify the opposition to civil rights movements, to squash women's liberation. We have to do more when women are denied access to reproductive health care and vilified as murderers.
Yeah!
The government. Satanic America has heard your call to action. If religion is to lead in areas which have traditionally been left to a secular democracy, we will do our duty too, to bring the insights of our satanic practice to the State House, to the courthouse, to schools, and of course, homes and businesses of America.
Xantrex gave me my life back. Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
What is the next video we have here, Elder Lawyer? Cocaine history, Sigmund Freud. Can you set this up for us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's pretty much elaborating on the last video we just watched, in which we discovered that both William Halstead and Sigmund Freud were drug addicts. This video mainly focuses on Sigmund Freud's addiction to cocaine.
Okay, this is June 2nd, 1884. Okay.
Or a big wild man who has cocaine in his body. In my last severe depression, I took coca again, and a small dose lifted me to the heights in a wonderful fashion.
Historian Howard Markel says Freud first learned about cocaine in medical journals.
Well, what's fantastic about this journal and many like it, it was published by a drug company, by a pharmaceutical house called Parke Davis, which, not by coincidence, happened to be the major manufacturer of cocaine.
Cocaine comes from leaves of the coca plant. Native Americans and Spanish explorers have known this plant for centuries. But by the 1880s, big companies, what we'd call big pharma, were distilling the raw leaf into a new drug.
Which, of course, doctors love because they want to give an exact, precise dose to their patients.
In Vienna, Dr. Freud...
Now, you best believe the guy commentating on CNN is on coke also. Understand, they have all types of serious coke freak parties. This is what they do. Okay, let's go.
If I could mention also, Elder Ricard, in the video, they're mentioning that it was a pharmaceutical company that was the biggest distributor and producer of cocaine at this time. It came from a pharmaceutical company.
Okay, they said it was a pharmaceutical company that was behind the distribution of cocaine, which eventually became illegal.
Exactly.
And now these guys are getting coked out of their mind freely, with no inhibition, no threat of going to jail for 5 to 10 years for a small ounce or a small gram, right? It was okay for these cokeheads, right? The father of cokeheads. And it's deep. Check out how they have spun this, though, Elder Lawyer.
Check out the name, too,
When you think about cocaine or crack, what caricature comes to your mind? A black person, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
These Jewish people are the fathers of cokeheads. They are the original crack addicts. But no one ever relates them to what they've created and caused, this ill they've caused amongst our people.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
I need y'all to check that out. Right? You think of what? Pookie from New Jack City when you think of crack. Right?
Exactly.
or they would show the Dave Chappelle character. But no, the father of all crackheads, and there's many fathers.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
You got the Mount Rushmore of crackheads. You have Sigmund Freud. You also have the other Uncle Fester, Aleister Crowley. Okay, you have the other guy. What's the guy? They got Harlan. This guy here. On and on and on. Right?
Fascinated. In 1884, he wrote the first major description, 70 pages, über Coca, about cocaine. By then, the secret was out.
It was the miracle drug. If you had a stomach ache, if you were nervous, if you were lethargic, if you needed energy, if you had tuberculosis, if you had asthma, if you had all sorts of...
This guy look like he wants some right now.
Cure what you had. And this was how it was advertised, too.
For the Parke Davis Company, cocaine was a blockbuster, but others sold it too. One popular product was Vin Mariani, endorsed, says Dr. Markel, by Thomas Edison, Queen Victoria, and even Pope Leo XIII. French Bordeaux, with 6 milligrams of cocaine in every ounce. In Atlanta, a Civil War vet named John Pemberton made a copycat wine, and then had to shift gears when his hometown put a ban on alcohol.
So the great mother of invention, he took cola nuts and soda water and syrup and made the refreshing drink we call Coca-Cola.
Meanwhile, by the mid-1890s, Sigmund Freud was flirting with disaster, as he wrote in an 1895 letter.
I need a lot of cocaine.
He finally...
he did a lot of it. Don't laugh about now.
Used cocaine on a patient and nearly killed her.
By then, other doctors worried too.
Too many people were taking too much cocaine, and then these patients were presenting basically as addicts who needed the stuff. They couldn't live without it. And so that's when doctors began to say, we better rethink this.
By 1903, there was no more cocaine in Coca-Cola. By 1920, cocaine was illegal without a doctor's prescription.
But you saw it even into the 1920s and 1930s. The Cole Porter song, I Get No Kicks from Champagne, the next lyric is,
some get a kick from cocaine.
One sniff bores me terrifically.
I'm sure that if I took one sniff, that would bore me terrifically too.
You saw it as well in Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times. He's in jail at one point, and he accidentally takes cocaine that he thinks is salt because another jailbird puts his supply of cocaine in the salt shaker. He's doing all sorts of wonderfully wacky things under the influence. So you saw cocaine mentioned in movies and songs and stories all the time, well into the 1930s in this country and elsewhere. It then had a lull. It didn't come back until the mid to late 70s and early 80s, when again cocaine was the glamour drug.
The new soundtrack was Eric Clapton.
Cocaine.
It was the drug that all the rock stars use and the glitterati. It was freely consumed at places like Studio 54. It was really part of the popular zeitgeist in the late 1970s.
So yes, that's pretty much it on that particular video.
Just like a century before,
okay.
It was a mirage.
So here it is. We got Charlie Chaplin, one of the first movie stalwarts or movie stars, high on cocaine, another Jewish guy. So they experimented on every level with these particular drugs. Now, we don't have a lot of time to deal with this, so I want to make sure we tie this together, right? Real quick. But before I do that, Elder Lawyer, you wanted to say something on this real quick.
Yes, I mean those videos are very self-explanatory, and the correlation between guys like Freud and others who are responsible, and even pharmaceutical companies and Coca-Cola, the soda company, their part in the distribution of cocaine, which led to numerous and countless people becoming addicted to this drug and being destroyed in the process.
Man, that brother, that is deep. That is super deep. Now, there's more research we have here, right? As far as the modern day, what you would call philanthropists or geniuses, such as like you have my man Kanye West saying that he would like to be like Steve Jobs, right?
My role models are artists, merchants. There's less than 10 that I can name in history. Truman, Ford, Hughes, Disney, Jobs, West.
Are you with me, lawyer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Okay. So let me set this up real quick because what's going on here? One moment. There it is. All right. Okay. Elder lawyer, there's this thing that went out that Microsoft, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. You have Kanye West who said, listen, I want to be the next Steve Jobs. Well, guess what, Kanye? You're going to have to get a lot of high. Okay? Because these guys just don't get information or understanding from going to school. They link with Sayers demons. And see, and maybe that's what's going on with the brother, being initiated into some of these parties and all that. Because in order to get there, and if you want it, they'll temporarily give it to you now. But check this out. There's an article here, and I'm going to tie it together because there's an original manuscript, okay, that was used through Skull and Bone, the Red Brotherhood of Death, from a manuscript that was translated from the Latin to French, and later from French to English, so that the elite powers, the George Bushes, who is really Jewish also, and the Bush families and the Skull and Bone and secret societies could control the slaves through the new, what? War on drugs.
Welcome. This is James Corbett of the Corbett Report with your eye-opener report from BoilingFrogsPost.com. The cultivation of what we know today as the opium poppy goes back to the beginnings of recorded history, when the Sumerians in ancient Mesopotamia cultivated what they referred to as whole gill, or the joy plant. The practice was passed down through the Assyrians to the Babylonians, and from there to the Egyptians, by which time the opium trade had begun to flourish and was fast becoming the linchpin of international trade across the Mediterranean into Europe. Indeed, as far back as one cares to go, control of the international opium trade has always been a key factor in the rise and fall of empires. During the 18th century, the British monopolized the opium trade in India and shipped thousands of chests of opium per year to China as a way of financing their huge trade deficit with that nation. When the Chinese cracked down on opium trafficking in the mid-19th century, the British fought 2 wars to ensure their Chinese opium market. By the 1830s, American traders were already getting in on the act, with Samuel Russell's Russell & Company becoming the largest American trading house in China. Russell's cousin, William Huntington Russell, founded Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale that has formed the core of the American intelligence establishment, a set of documentable facts that the establishment media seems eager to avoid.
The question is, to those of us on the outside, what do they do? Do they get together and have dinner together, or what is the point of this club?
Well, some say the point of the club is bonding. I look at it through the eyes of a social historian. And when you look at the grouping of people and the jobs that they have, you find a very large amount of the membership has been involved in intelligence. And then one of the most disturbing things is that the family groups have been involved in drug running since the early 1800s.
Drug running?
And it seems... Yes. The founder of Skull and Bones was William Huntington Russell, and his family business was a Russell & Company, which was the America's largest opium smuggler, the 3rd largest in the world.
Wow. Chris Milligan, unfortunately we are out of time. We're going to have to leave it at that fascinating subject, the author of a book on Skull and Bones. Thank you so much.
The association between Skull and Bones and the American intelligence establishment, from the OSS to the CIA, is well established by now, with a litany of agents, directors, and of course Director of Central Intelligence, George Poppy Bush himself, having been bonesman before being recruited for the agency. But the connections between the CIA and the international drug trade is not simply an historical one about 19th century opium traders. Just as the British Empire was in part financed by their control of the opium trade through the British East India Company, so too has the CIA been found time after time to be at the heart of the modern international drug trade.
They needed to control the slave population that would begin to awaken to their true knowledge. Or they knew that there would come a time, according to prophecy, that our people would begin to wake up concerning our culture and the truth concerning our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
We believe that the so-called Negroes are most in need of mental resurrection. Therefore, they will be resurrected first. Then he says all of it. What about the resurrection? He says that our people are dead. Negroes are dead. Walking zombies. You're the one that the book is talking about who is dead. Dead to the knowledge of yourself. Dead to the knowledge of your own people. Dead to the knowledge of your own God. Dead to the knowledge of the devil. Why, you don't even know who the devil is. You think the devil is someone down inside the ground. We believe in the resurrection of the dead. We believe that the 20 million black people in America in the last days will be taught the truth. The trumpet of truth will sound in your ear. As it's being sounded today, the trumpet of truth. And this truth strikes your ear and strikes your heart. It'll open your eyes. It'll open your ears. It'll make you stand up. It'll do the same thing for you that truth did for the dry bones in the valley. Because the picture of dry bones in the valley is talking about you. The picture of Lazarus laying dead 4 days is talking about you.
They knew we would wake up and turn back to our God. They needed to fuse or step in with a campaign that would destroy this awakening, or at least divert it for a time, while they plan on depopulating and or destroying us all together. So there was a manuscript, a handbook they used that Satan gave them on what plants to use out of the earth to control the awakening. Right? We're going to go there in a moment. Like I said earlier, the majority of us out there know at least one or more people that have been directly affected by the drug conspiracy. They would make you believe that we are the people that created the drug game, the drug conspiracy. They try to sensationalize that with the hip-hop game and all that to make people believe that we are about the drugs, not realizing these people are just deprived and controlled souls that are being propagated before the population to destroy our youth. Without Wilt, agenda would not have worked, or cannot work without the injection of the drug game and them using certain plants as what the Bible calls pharmakeia or sorcery. So they use psychology, that's number one, and then they use the drug, number two, to guide the majority of the population into Satanism.
I'm the real Rick Ross. Today, there's a new epidemic, smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
The CIA used him as a pawn to sell drugs to help fund the secret war in Nicaragua.
Illegal cocaine is coming into our country at alarming levels.
He was a 1980s drug lord who became a multi-millionaire urban legend in Los Angeles. A rap star even stole his name and parlayed it into a music career.
I'm your neighborhood drug dealer. It's your neighborhood drug dealer.
Hey, you see Rick Ross in there? Rick Ross. The real Rick Ross.
Freeway Ricky Ross is a street legend. He went from being a poor, illiterate, aspiring tennis star to one of the biggest drug dealers in Los Angeles history. After being part of an international drug ring and making up to $2 million a day, he's starting over from scratch and trying to build another empire, this time the legal way. 20 years of prison have turned this former kingpin into a fully literate activist who is trying to make a difference by keeping kids from following in his footsteps. Today, he sits down with RT to talk about his rise and fall and to discuss his connection to the CIA Contra Controversy. Ricky Ross, thank you for joining us today. A lot of poor neighborhoods here in Los Angeles have suffered from gangs and drug abuse, and a lot of people blame you for that. Now, how do you think that you can help and rebuild these communities?
Well, I think I'm the perfect one for this job that needs to be done because, I mean, if you haven't lived this life, it's like an experiment. You know, my life has been an experiment. And had I not been through this experiment, then I wouldn't know what happened. You know, most people don't know what happened in South Central. They don't know how you get started selling drugs. They don't know how you get out of selling drugs. They don't know how you can go from being illiterate at 28 years old to being as literate as I am now. You know, basically, I do law work. You know, like I said, I'm filing my paperwork today in my lawsuit.
What do you think about the rapper Rick Ross taking on your persona?
He's never sold drugs. He's never been involved with any type of crime. You know, he was a college boy, played football, from what I understand, and he was a prison guard. You know, and you know, to be a prison guard, your record has to be spotless. You know, so he's definitely created a fraud, and you know, he's perpetrating a lie.
What role did the U.S. government play in bringing crack cocaine into LA's poor black neighborhoods?
The government needed this money to fight this war over in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas. Russia had gave the Sandinistas $100 million to fight with. Congress had cut off all the money from the Contras. So now the Sandinistas had an advantage. Reagan and Bush had made the Contras their pet peeve. They felt that if Russia took over Nicaragua, they would be too close to America. They would be in our backyard. I believe that they felt it was more valuable to sacrifice a particular sector of America and a race of people in America in order to save the whole country. So they let these guys open up pipelines. Danilo Blandon, Norman Nessis, and the rest of the crew that worked with the Nicaraguan connection. Because I knew about 10 or 15 different Nicaraguans that was all inside of this, you know, Contra organization that was selling drugs. So by them allowing these guys, or basically turning a blind eye, because I don't think the government necessarily gave them the drugs or whatnot, but in a sense they sanctioned it because they turned a blind eye. They knew that these guys were selling drugs, but they did absolutely nothing about it. I also believe that had they not let these guys sell drugs, it's possible that I would have never become a drug dealer.
What does that say about our government when they're looking the other way while a deadly substance is coming into our communities for the sake of fighting a communist regime in Central America?
Well, it says that our government will sacrifice its people to accomplish a goal. And this is not the first time that they've done that. We've known numerous times in our history where they have sacrificed, especially the black man.
Or to self-idolatry. All right? Evil and wicked and all types of variances. You notice while they're pushing that, right, all these drugs and these ills against us, what is the one thing or the one book the world is presently against? The Bible. All the occultists, the atheists, the Satanists, the drug heads, the religious leaders, everyone has a problem with the Bible. Why? It's the only book that identifies exactly what's going on and who's behind it. Right? So, Elder Lawyer, you helped me earlier we have this, let me pull this up. This is from brainjet.com. Let me put this on the screen for my brothers and sisters so that they can see this. And thank you. I think you corrected the audio for me. Thank you, Shapat. AC behind the scenes, okay. Thank you, Anthony. Kanye West just loves Steve Jobs. There's not one rant he go on that Steve Jobs is not mentioned. I want to be the next Steve Jobs, right? It says here, 13 celebrated geniuses and their shocking drugs of choice. Who's number one? Steve Jobs. So, you thought that taking a bite out of the apple science came from Steve Jobs? No. They would use the computer to actually merge the whole earth into the occult thinking. So he was just what? He was just the front man for this agenda. Don't forget, in order to bring forth a beast or a satanic mark of the beast system, you must first have a way to communicate with the world at once and operate and be connected to everyone. Satan said he would be like God. What? God, the Most High God, spiritually, is connected to everyone spiritually. Well, eventually get connected to everyone, what? Virtually, or through artificial intelligence. So here's the front man, the top occultist. You notice Steve Jobs, every place he went, he wore what? All black. Now, what message is that for those who can see? That message is what? The Jesuits normally wears what? All black. He was part of a Jesuit order, an agenda. And he was a serious cokehead, a drug head. Steve Jobs is a visionary, known around the world for his contributions to Apple. But you might not know that Jobs credits a lot of his innovation experimenting with LSD at a younger age. LSD is a quote-unquote secret drug that's been utilized by the CIA, Mossad, and the Jesuits even before America's inception. You had the Satanists in Europe operating with this particular agent. For what? For knowledge. For knowledge, to gain knowledge. Sounds familiar? More. Sigmund Freud, he's number 2. Now, mind you, these are two Jewish occultists. Steve Jobs, Sigmund Freud. You will never guess, brothers and sisters, who's number 3 on the Jewish psycho-cocaine list. You got it. Bill Gates of hell. Oh, you thought they was in the garage creating computers because they were some smart guys. No, they were getting high, connecting to the occult world, operating with demons. Now this demon is the front man for the killer depopulation vaccines that are now being shipped all over Africa and into poor populations under the guise of philanthropy. There is really no drug threats or disease threats out there that the CDC and Bill Gates of hell and their scientists are not creating. Okay? He's a drug head. He's a dope fiend. Okay? That's what he always was. He's not intelligent. There's nothing intelligent about him. He's an evil, wicked pedophile that's behind the depopulation program, just like his rapist father.
20 tons. For people in poor countries, it's less than 1 ton. It's an average about 5 tons for everyone on the planet. And somehow we have to make changes that will bring that down to 0. It's been constantly going up. It's only various economic changes that have even flattened it at all. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to 0. This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to 0. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to 0. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to 0. Now that's back from high school algebra. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to 0. Now that's back from high school algebra.
Right? Carl Sagan, another Jewish person. Feynman. Francis, look at all these Jewish crackheads. Thomas Edison. Oh, you thought he created the light bulb. Don't you know that all of ancient Egypt was lit through electricity and that this science came from the pyramid? But he's credited with what? Creating electricity. Give me a break. Get out of here. You have John C. Lilly. You have Paul. Now, if you look at these guys, look in their eyes. They're demented. They're out of their mind. They're pill poppers. Straight drug heads. Friedrich Nietzsche. Okay. Brilliant. He's brilliant. In any of these books you would find concerning these people, they ought to be revered by the normal population. They're almost revered as gods to the normal population based on the Zionist media. Pablo Picasso. Oh, look at his art. Yeah, who's got in his hand? Satan himself. Dr. William Stewart Halstead. Yeah, a straight coke fiend. Howard Hughes. On and on and on and on. We can go on and on and on and on. They have used these drugs, weed, you name it. To what? To gain entry into what? The occult classroom, being taught by demonic spirits, right? Being controlled by demonic spirits altogether. I think Gocc dropped. If he come back, bring him back, because we're going in overtime with this thing here. Okay?
Yeah, he's in now. He's in currently, but he may have to step out for a minute. I think he's about to do some missionary work out there in Jamaica.
Okay, well, let him. Okay, well, if he want to step in and say something real quick while the opportunity here, while the iron is hot, before we go into the next phase and opening up the lines, we might as well do that now, right? Is he with us?
Hey, shalom, Elder. Can you hear me?
Shalom. Real quick, I know you have to do some missionary work. I'm going to talk to you later after you finish. But if you can, chime in on this, on how the drugs have impacted Jamaica.
Well,
you were born in Jamaica. What impact does it have now, especially marijuana? Give us some updates. Matter of fact, give us some history here, if you will.
Check it out, Elder. Check it. You hit the nail on the head before when I came in, when you were saying how, you know, in the 60s, early 70s, how they use, say, the whole Bob Marley movement to promote marijuana in an aim to keep the population docile. I was having a conversation about 2 weeks ago with a sports journalist, right? And when you look in the 70s, in the early 70s, you had like the West Indies cricket team that was on the rise. They went 15 years unbeaten. You with me? You had Jimmy Cliff singing, you know, coming out with Harder They Come, going against the established authority. You had Bob Marley, I Shot the Sheriff. So you had a lot of what you call like uprising amongst the people. Like the people were fed up and were pushing back. So the state used the whole marijuana hippie drug movement to quiet them down. No, right now, and I don't want to bear no false witness on the people, but I'd say here on the island, 95 to 99% of the youth between ages of 15 to 30 are on marijuana, smoking marijuana. Now check this out. I've been on the streets now for the past couple of, 21 days we've been on the streets every day consistently by the grace of the Most High, speaking to the people. And if I could tell you, man, the amount of people that come up to me each night dealing with not just marijuana issues but medical issues, dealing with on drugs. I mean, we had one brother that came up about 2 nights ago telling us that they diagnosed him with bipolar. You know, he's bipolar, and they're giving him an injection that's sending him crazy. And he's telling us on the streets, and it's 2 nights ago, that he's contemplating suicide in his house right now. He has poison. He wants to kill himself. I was like, nah, brother, you can't do that. And he was scheduled yesterday to go get an injection for the so-called bipolar disease he has, or whatever the case is. Now, looking into bipolar, it's like depression, right? So I'm asking the brother, what happened? And he's telling me that, listen, that they murdered his brother in front of him, and it sent it sent him under, it sent him crazy a bit, like, he got depressed. So I'm like, brother, you don't need an injection for that, brother. You need prayer, you need counsel. And no word of a lie, Elder. No word of a lie, Elder, man. I've been talking to this brother right now for the past 2 days. Every day the brother on the phone with me. You with me? And it's like, it's a real issue here. Like, and you don't see it until you go out there and you start dealing with the people. And I mean, when you go into the scriptures in Matthew 9, 35 on down, it tells you that Yeshua came to the people and he felt compassion because they were faint and they were like people without shepherd. And you see it. I mean, it's real. It's real when you see the people and you hear the stories and you're like, but I mean, how can you give a man an injection that and then diagnose him and then telling him, that this is wrong with him, when all it was that the brother got traumatized. It was a little bit of trauma. He needs counsel. You with me, to come over that traumatic experience. You can't medicate him for that. And this is what's going on down here, man. So the marijuana is one issue, and the drug industry is another issue. Now, about when was it? About a month ago, they had a program on the radio, right, that was encouraging the population not to take herbal remedies. Hear that? Not to take herbal remedies, because you have people down here who are diabetic, cancer, and a lot of people going back to the holistic, remedy, understanding that the diabetes and the cancers are just nothing but deficiencies in minerals. And going back and taking the herbs, and they dedicated a radio program that was on the radio for about a month, telling the people them not to take medicine and why it's bad to take natural medicine. And I'm like, I mean, boy, I tell you, Elder, man,
so go. Chapat had a question real quick. Chapat had a question. Go ahead, Chapat.
Shalom, Elder Gocc. Quick question to that point on the radio show in Jamaica. What happened to the older generation? Well, I guess it's the younger generation not taking to it. But what happened to when I was growing up, the family I have that's from Jamaica, it's every ailment you had was fixed with a tea. What happened to that?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. This is the thing, my brother. What has gone on, and it started really from like the generation before me, is that this so-called Western education has come in and told the people that the remedies that they used to take are no good. So basically, it's another psychology or psychosis that the people are put under, thinking that the remedies from the earth is not sufficient for them to use. You with me? So it has gone gone from from that, and they use the media to promote it. They use the schools, the colleges to promote that. You understand me? It's like, if you tell people right now that diabetes is just a nutrition deficiency, right? They look at you like you're crazy. You with me? And this is something, and why I'm saying it like that is because I'm actually doing that. I'm out there telling the people, listen, you're not diabetic, you're just deficient in minerals. You don't have cancer. You with me? You don't have HIV. I'm out there telling the people that, and they're looking at me like, yo, who is this guy? This guy crazy. And it's all down, my brother Chapat, to the education of the people. The people have actually been brainwashed. And Elder, let me read something here so real quick, all right? The word in the Greek, the word psych is soul, all right? Is soul, and we are talking about psychology. And it says here, and I'm going to go straight to the scriptures here in Revelation, the 18th chapter. Alright, Revelation 18 says here, this is the destruction of Babylon. Verse 9 says, and the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for a man buyeth their merchandise any more. Verse 12, the merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all fine wood and all manner vessels of ivory and all manner of vessels of most precious wood, of brass, iron, and marble, and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men. Souls of men. These are soul merchants. Okay, soul is psychology, and that's what they have the people here under. They have them under a serious psychological spell. You with me? Where you can't, you know, when the Bible says, "Woe unto them that call good evil and evil good," I mean, it goes more than a man just saying that, you know, the Bible is not true, and you know, it goes into, listen, if you are gonna call the evil, the psychology, or the evil pharmaceutical good, you are bringing a destruction unto yourself.
Exactly. And it's up to us to help through the Spirit of the Most High in this Bible, help our brothers and sisters like you're doing, Gaja, break through the mental slavery, the psychology, to have them not trust. Isaiah 30:12, real quick, and I'm going to let you come back in. It says, "Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because you despise this word, and trust in oppression and perverseness, and stay thereon. Therefore the iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly and at an instant." Because we trust more in the satanic society than the Most High. I'm perplexed that so-called spiritual people out there will trust the scientific community and the pharmaceutical community over the God they claim they have faith in. It seems like they have more faith in atheists in these. You know that science, that modern day science was set to rival the power and miracles that comes with following the Most High? So they have turned the system into the God that believers trust in now. All right? So they believe when the doctors say you have 6 months to live. That's their God now. They believe the doctor who diagnosing you with fake diseases such as HIV. Because they claim that, okay, these people must know more than us. And I remember that night of indiscretion. It's all psychology. And they break us down. It's incremental. They don't do it all at once. It's an incremental psychological breakdown. And they target our people and work against our people to the point where we mentally just give up altogether and give over to their diagnosis of us or their stigma of us as crazy, psychotic, sick, decrepit people. When really our DNA and how the Most High made us, we're really the strongest people on earth if we're uncompromised. And that goes back to the vaccine program.
We dug up this clip. Melissa found this clip online somewhere. I could not believe it. This is a sensational, ridiculous, repugnant clip because they just say these things with a straight face, with no reaction, and then they balance them out with just equal time of regurgitated propaganda about how great vaccines are, how good the government is, and how much they're trying to protect you, and especially children.
Today, doctors at the Federal Communicable Disease Center acknowledge the flu vaccine and the recommended dosage is ineffective. While in a larger dose, it can be harmful. However, the flu vaccine is still recommended for old people and the chronically ill.
Right here, they just admit that the government continues to push and propagate vaccines, tell you you have to take them, you should take them, you're a bad person if you don't. Even though they admit that these vaccines are ineffective, they admit that they suppressed reports from scientists who found that they were ineffective. They wouldn't publish these studies for over a decade.
Last month, a Senate subcommittee headed by Abraham Ribicoff charged that the federal government wasn't doing a good enough job of informing the public about ineffective vaccines.
Scientists at the Division of Biologic Standards test vaccines for their potency and safety before licensing them for public use. However, the division does not determine the effectiveness of the vaccine. That is left to the manufacturers. A case in point is the influenza vaccine. 4 scientists in charge of work on the flu vaccine during the 1960s found it to be ineffective, said they refused to give it to their own families. 2 were transferred to other work, a 3rd left the division. And over the entire 10-year period, not one word of their unfavorable findings was allowed to be published.
And worse, they admit that they continued to administer the vaccines even when they knew they had a cancer agent contaminant in them.
But a more serious case involving the relationship between the leaders of the division and their scientists involves the adenovirus vaccine, a vaccine given to thousands of American soldiers to prevent certain cold-like symptoms. When it was shown that the vaccine contained a contaminant which caused cancer in laboratory animals, it was taken off the market.
Did you hear that? Let's play it again.
That the vaccine contained a contaminant which caused cancer.
Did you hear that? They admitted that these vaccines have a cancer-causing agent. They knew about it, and the government sat on this information.
But that was 3 years after the division's own scientists had pointed out the danger. Dr. Murray justifies the use of the vaccine by saying it took 3 years to examine the evidence against it.
It was more important to use the vaccines than to take them off the market and remove the agent.
And they were still administering it to the soldiers and saying it was just more important to give out the vaccines than to not vaccinate.
It was more important to use the vaccines than to take them off the market and remove the agent. But since the agent couldn't be removed, there was no other course.
Still administering it to the soldiers.
Thus, for 3 years, American troops were injected with a cold-preventing vaccine which was causing cancer in laboratory animals.
And the most incredible part, did they find about it just now in this 1971 TV clip? No. These newspaper articles show that they knew about this at least in 1965. That's how long it took them to tell the public and how long it took them to get it out of the vaccines, and that's how long it went on for. And right here, the microbiologist, who's actually a nun, in an article that says nothing to worry about, there's no connection here, admits that the agent inside of the adenovirus has been found to be cancer-causing in animals, and more so that it's worse and creates kind of a more deadly combination when it's combined with a certain other agent, which just so happens to be SV40, the exact cancer-causing agent that was accidentally found in previous vaccines that were administered to millions of people in the polio vaccine, in the largest ever government push to have a population vaccinated. And they found this stuff. They knew this stuff was in there. Just imagine what happens for anyone who got a tainted batch of this adeno vaccine as well as a tainted batch of the polio vaccine containing SV40. If this article is correct, anyone who got both vaccines would theoretically be at a much higher risk for getting cancer, because in the animal studies it was found that it was definitely worse when both of these were present. And the media just casually reports this. It's clear what the government's opinion is, and they just round out the piece with a brief pause, a note that, well, things could be done better. There's lessons to be learned.
Raise serious questions about the public health policies of the United States.
But keep vaccinating. This is the most important thing. Vaccinate, vaccinate,
and yet
vaccinate.
The authors of the memo say that vaccination, such as at this Maryland elementary school, is one of the public health service's most effective checks against communicable disease.
Well, it's cause for concern, but now we have to give equal time of propaganda to a regurgitation of the fact that vaccination is great. It's wiping out disease, and these kids should line up and take their vaccine. And they just say this with a calm face. They admit that they ignored evidence that could be linked to people getting cancer. They know that there must be a risk. Instead of pulling the vaccine and studying to eliminate the possibility of risk, they just kept giving it to people. Well, the risk hasn't been shown yet. Are you kidding me? I can't even believe that they just said these two things together in one clip, barely taking a breath. Even though there's risks, just keep vaccinating. It's worth it because maybe. Because vaccines. It's a total logical fallacy. The answer to everything is because vaccines. Despite the risk, because vaccines. It makes no sense, but they're shoving it down everyone's throat. They knew, but continued to administer the vaccines. But we know that all the vaccine scientists who found problems, who were anywhere from mildly concerned to so concerned they refused to give it to their own children and family, anyone who found problems were suppressed, were run out of their departments.
Some of the division scientists who charged they were prevented from publishing results of experiments which show some of the vaccines to be ineffective.
The control officer in 1960 who has grave doubts about the potency of influenza vaccine. These doubts were made known to the director of the division and through the proper channels, and somewhat subsequent to that time, within a year or so, that person was transferred to other duties in the DVS.
That is what happened. They stopped scientists from reporting the unfavorable findings, covered it up, continued to administer the vaccines, and then only way later warned the public just to tell them, no big deal, it's all right.
In the testing of influenza vaccine, the people are working under a tremendous amount of pressure, and this does cause internal stress. It is more important to use the vaccines than to take them off the market and remove the agent.
All of it. All of it. But go on. I had to jump in with that piece. Go ahead, Elder Gocc, because I know you have to go soon. You can say what you have to say real quick.
Yes, Elder, man. Yes, Elder. I mean, as Elder Lawyer said before, it could be an entire discussion just on this. You with me? Just dealing with what I'm seeing here and the whole psychology of how they have programmed and have our people going down a path of destruction. You with me? And there's so much out there, man. I mean, being on the streets out here, like how we're doing it right now, it's like it's been very, it's been an educational process for myself as well. You with me? Just dealing.
I know it's challenging. I know it's challenging.
Yeah, so I mean, that's really it, man. But we're not gonna give up. We're gonna still do it, and still, as long as the Most High allow us, we're gonna head out there, man, and we're gonna talk and minister to the people, man. Because this is I mean, this year started off well. Just recapping, from the Passover. I'm looking forward to the first fruits right now, in a week's time. It's a blessing, man. So we're gonna labor, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon as well, Elder. So we can keep it going.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna talk. Okay, I'll tell you what. I know you have some work to do tonight, but after you finish, if I'm up, call me. If not, we're gonna get together no later than tomorrow afternoon. Okay?
Yes, sir. I'll message you when I get back in. If you're up yet, we can talk.
All right, the water, brother. I wish you Godspeed.
To all the people tuning into the broadcast, man, you have a blessed evening, all right? Shalom.
All right, you too, brother. Shalom.
Hey. Give them heaven. Shalom. They giving us hell. We're going to give them heaven. Shalom. All right, real quick. This guy, Mike Adams from Natural News, is quite a scientific researcher. He was once known for going on Alex Jones, but we know Alex Jones went total south with his madness.
Hey, what's going on here? I love her. She's ours. My God. She's my God. I love her. No, it's not. He's a goddess. Get a hold of yourself. Do it. And God, do it. Understand. No. I'm going to get you. No, you're wrong. You're evil. Glory is God. I saw it on the drugs report. No. She's a goddess.
But anyway, this guy, Mike Adams, had an article April 3rd, 2007. I think Elder Lawyer shot this to me, where it says, a fascinating CBD lab science walkthrough from the Health Ranger. All right. And the title, you can Google this, The Secret History of Big Pharma's Role in Creating and Marketing Heroin, LSD, Meth, Ecstasy, and Speed. This is what brothers and sisters don't know. All these things came on the black market and were flooded through mafia and drug gangs and lords, drug lords and all that in our society. Who you think was pushing this from the beginning? It was the big pharma under secret society and politicians pushing these things as black market drugs at first. So when it comes to the heroin and all that, it was them the whole time. Now, once they got us acclimated by usually having the killer doses within their product, what they would do, they would make a less potent pill from that same black market drug and say, well, listen, we're going to give you a legal alternative. See? So that at least if it's legal, we can control when things happen opposed to you just out there overdosing. Well, who was putting out the overdose and the bad stuff? The same people that would lead you into their white market or their legal heroin and LSD and meth and ecstasy and speed and all that. And why do you think there's side effects of suicide like Elder Gocc was mentioning? People going crazy, having bipolar and all that. It's because of the vaccines and the hallucinogens within the drug itself. That was the plan the whole time. And the same thing with marijuana. The same thing with the different strains of marijuana. Acclimating people into this gateway and separating them from their true source for wisdom and knowledge and understanding. And they don't want you living that natural high that comes with our connection with the Most High. Brothers and sisters, there's no better high than linking with the Most High himself. They've given us these quick fixes that lead us down a very, very evil and dark path. Right? Now, I can't go into this article, but you would need to read the article on your own. Let me ask, the lawyer, do you want to comment on this before I go into the records, the Voynich manuscript that the elite said that they would use to control our awakening through the drug game? You have a comment on that?
Yes, absolutely. Just picking up where you left off as far as pretty much pleading with brothers and sisters to please read this article, because you're going to find that the big name pharmaceutical companies, which are still in business today, who are responsible for promoting these quote unquote illegal drugs, are the ones behind pushing the pills to your grandmother, your grandfather, your aunts, your uncles, and in some cases, even some of you who may be listening. So please look up, go through this article, look up these pharmaceutical companies and the practices that they practiced in past times with the promotion of what is now considered illegal drugs, but when they did it, it was deemed miracle drugs. And there's just one thing I want to read off of a point you were making as far as...
Yeah, let's touch on a few of those points, if you will. I have the article up. You want to touch on a few of the points there?
Yes, sir. I'll just quickly read a few of them there. It says, heroin was launched as a medicine by Felix Hoffman, an employer of Bayer.
Jewish.
So this guy who launched heroin as a medicine was an employee of the Bayer company, that Bayer who promotes the aspirin and things of that nature. It says Bayer immediately applied for a trademark on the term heroin, then began marketing the drug as a cure for morphine addiction. It was also marketed as a cough syrup for children.
Look at, they were giving it to children. They had children spacing out. Well, go on.
A subsidiary of Pfizer, another big-time pharmaceutical company.
Another big pharmaceutical company today. Go on.
Promoted and sold cocaine. It even produced
the original drug dealers. And this is not Nino Brown right here. This is Park Davis. Go on.
It says it even produced a cocaine injection kit, complete with a syringe for shooting up.
Yeah, what you want? We can give you the whole kit. We can give you the rubber thing. We give you the syringe.
I thought you just said drug dealers give you the...
Yeah, the drug dealer, the pusher man don't give you the kit. It's deep how on Good Times when I was growing up and I seen heroin and all that, and I seen the projects, I could have swore that this was a black thing.
Later, Popeye.
James, is there nothing we can do to stop them?
Not as long as business is as good as it is, Florida. See, there's a lot of people out there, black and white. Some of them so tired of fighting odds, they figure if they can't get out for real, they get out in a dream.
Well, how can you win when the supplier's got kids doing the dirty work for them?
You can't. Not when the boy's on top of making all that money. No, I don't buy that, Fred, not for 1 minute. Now, you can't tell me that a country that can put a man on the moon can't stop dope traffic. I don't believe it.
Right? We never see the origin of these particular ills against us. And behind every door is the Wizard of Oz. It's Amalek. It's the synagogue of Satan. It's them that say they are Jews or not. They're behind all. There's no area we go into where they're not behind the curtain. But yet, I'm anti-Semitic for just stating the obvious, right?
Mm.
All right, what's next? Give me one more, and then we can go to the next.
All right, just one more here. This is a drug which a lot of children, especially during the 90s, you would hear about this drug a lot being promoted to black children. It says here, Ritalin is speed for children.
Ritalin is speed for... Now, check that out. Go on.
A chemical amphetamine, Ritalin was made or is made of controlled substances that would land you in prison if you sold them to a kid on the street, yet the drug is currently prescribed to millions of school children in the United States to treat a brain chemistry condition that was invented by the drug companies.
Now look at that. Who's the real drug pusher? Right now, the jails are packed throughout the United States. More of our people, or people in general, are in prison due to this fake war on drugs in America than if you were to count all the people incarcerated in the world altogether. It's more just incarcerated within the borders of America due to the fake war on drugs, when they're the ones that are behind the drugs in the first place. I mean, where's the black leaders who, they'll talk about it, but who's going to stand up and do something about it and say, listen, no more. You will not control us through your drugs. We will not take your drugs. We will not take your vaccines. We were healthier in slavery before all this mess. We are not sick people. We are not the spreaders of diseases. Ebola don't exist. HIV don't exist. All of this garbage is to get us on your killer depopulation drugs. See, but the fight is what? We would want to fight. We would like to fight on that intellectual level and have that conversation. But really, the greatest fight is to actually hold our people down and shake them up and have them put on the glasses so that they can see like in they live. It's our people that will fight against us when we say, listen, the drugs are not the answer. We lived hundreds of years before your so-called doctor.
Look at them, they're everywhere.
I don't know. Maybe they can see. Allie, 5th and Spring.
Now, hold on. You ain't the first son of a bitch to wake up out of their dream.
They need to false diagnose you. Why? That's what keeps the paychecks coming in. Through the vaccines, through this, through that, through the other. It's all the occult. The pharmaceutical apparatus is behind it all. And then they're behind the psychology of it by having what? After a drug deal going bad.
Let's do this. Open the briefcase. Easy. Very easy. I mean, I thought we was friends.
Yo, I told you. It's never personal, B. Friends is friends. This is business.
All here, baby.
Yo, I knew Washington. Yo, he's 5-0, man.
punch it. Just do it. One brother shoot another brother, and now that be the news. Look at this war against drugs. Didn't have a mother crying in the street. Oh, Pookie. Oh, Gerald. Why don't we stop the violence? So they'll have us crying.
You don't shut up, I'm gonna blow your brains out.
Real time, a real situation, but the media will play it.
We begin with a developing story, alarming video. Young men in the south suburbs showing off their guns, drugs, and huge piles of money. But the images they put on YouTube led police right to them. Good afternoon, I'm Erica Sargent. Rob is off today. Let's get right to CBS 2's Suzanne Lemignot. She is live in Harvey with more on that disturbing video. Suzanne.
Erica, that video has led to 3 arrests. Police here say that charges are pending against all of those people, including the man that you're about to see. In this video given to us by Harvey Police and posted on YouTube, police say 24-year-old gang member Ivory King, also known as Monk, boasts about having a gun while on house arrest. This social media video led Harvey Police to execute a search warrant, leading to an early morning raid at the house. Police seized 2 9mm handguns with an extended clip, a .45 caliber handgun,
political agenda against us. See? They'll have now mothers against drugs, and they're marching down the Congress and saying, we got to do something about this. Oh, they're like, hell, we've been waiting for you, mama. We're going to incarcerate and kill the next generation. Come on, tell everyone out there, what we need to do against your children. And we're going to make a memorial for your son, and we're going to use, even though we don't care about him, we're glad he's dead anyway. He was just caught up in another part of our trap against you all. But come on down and let us solve this for you. Okay, it's the same thing. The Hegelian dialectic. They create the issue to come with the solution, and the solution at the end of the day is what? Death itself. Now we have a thing where everyone everywhere claim they have an ailment or something is wrong with them so that they can get a free ride, or what you would call a license, to go and get a prescription for marijuana. Who you think is behind that? The same people. Elder Lawyer, you have any other points before I go into the Voynich manuscript?
Yes, just one more quick point. This is coming from the scriptures relating to what you were stating earlier, as far as us having to link into the spirit to solve our issues and to find that joy.
Exactly.
That we try to find from drugs. So this is Ephesians 5:15-18. It says, "See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time, because the days are evil. Wherefore be ye not unwise, but understanding what the will of the Lord is. And be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess, but be filled with the Spirit."
See what they're trying to cut off? They're trying to cut off that natural spirit. When you link to the Most High, brothers and sisters, you don't need an alternative. You don't need a fix. You don't need a diagnosis and them saying, well, listen, you got this issue or that issue. No. We understand that there's only 2 masters. We understand that there's issues. There's social issues and all that. Even the Most High told us that we would go through these things and there will be issues. Okay? Our curse is not a psychological issue, brothers and sisters. It's not a diagnosis. It's not bipolar. It's not whatever they're claiming. Okay? We're under a curse that we can alleviate through what? Following the Bible and coming back to the Most High. Even Christ said in Revelations 2:9, He know our works and tribulation and our poverty, but thou art rich. He know we're suffering. He know what we're going through. But that's a pretext to more so do what? Cleave to the God who made us, opposed to turning our souls over to the devil for a quick high or relief. Because what? That comes with a price. Go on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, that's pretty much it.
I wanted to say this real quick also. Under the brotherhood, the blood brotherhood of death, the 332, the Skull and Bone. You can look up the Red Brotherhood of Death. That links directly to Prescott Bush and the Bush's family. That was linked directly to the Masons, the so-called Masons, the founding fathers of America. All the way to the British monarchy, their witchcraft and sorcery, and how they used to follow a certain record called the Voynich manuscript to get understanding and knowledge.
This text has defied all attempts to unveil its secret for centuries. The Voynich manuscript. It's the world's most mysterious book, written by an unknown author in an absolutely singular alphabet and illustrated with puzzling images. What is the secret hidden between these lines? Yet another expert has taken on the challenge. For the first time, the physical materials of the Voynich manuscript will be analyzed. Maybe ink, pigments, and parchment will offer a key to the Voynich enigma.
Right?
Questions about the
On your screen, right here,
with its inexplicable symbols
called the Voynich manuscript. Now, this book is secret information that a demon, so-called demon.
Look, however,
now, when you see this Voynich manuscript, real quick here, brothers and sisters, my point. This manuscript is the original record that was translated out of Latin to France, eventually to French to English, that was given, and I'm showing you the original manuscript by Satanists, the poppy seed, and what? Look at page 16. You would have what? The marijuana plant. All of these plants are variances or splices out of the original tree of good and evil, which also had 12 manner of fruit, but it was poisons to destroy the population. So the devil, Satan, demons gave the elite powers these particular roots to plant or to control the awakening of the slaves or the children of Israel in the last days. This is what they've used as a weapon against the children of Israel. This particular manuscript called the Voynich manuscript. Okay? That was their plan the whole time. When you look at the Brotherhood, the 332 Skull and Bone, okay, they had an agreement to control all the plants, all the hallucinogens, of the world, the poppy seeds of the world, at the very end, and to make a campaign of mental health to diagnose the world into being induced into a psychosis, leading to what? The mark of the beast system. Okay? Leading to a mark of the beast system. Eventually, you would have a world, an occult world of unbelief, who would write out the government all the way to the point in which mental health, the healthcare system, is now presenting and or rolling out Satan's last cure for humanity. And if you will listen to them now concerning shooting all types of evil into your children and poisons into your children, if you are in agreement with them with the vaccine program, if you are in agreement with them with their false diagnosis, which are really killing our children and giving them cancers and all that, then this one quick fix is going to be a walk in the park at the very end, which is the mark of the beast. It's all culminated into one ideology, do as thou wilt, to compromise what? Our morality first. Then lead us down a dark path that we can only solve in darkness with their pharmaceuticals. After that, we're on our way to hell. We'll listen to anything they say. We'll trust in the Most High. The Holy Spirit cannot guide us out of that dark place because why? We're choosing darkness over light. See, and that's what happens. And when one in the light comes and talks to you and tell your family or talk to you and say, listen, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. Brothers and sisters, understanding, we have to understand that we must first get over the spirit that's actually blocking them before we can actually talk to them. There's a spirit they chose as a blocker, a defense mechanism. And while they are pondering what you're saying, they will continue in the dark education and the psychology from the left-hand side. See, that's the fight, the ultimate fight against good and evil. I'm looking at the marijuana, I'm looking at the cocaine, the heroin, I'm looking at what they diagnose our children with, and then I'm looking at what? The healthcare plan and all that, in which they say, well, listen, we cannot give guns to people who have mental health. We can't do this with mental health. Mental health is almost in every conversation now we hear on the news. Why? This is how they will gain control over our whole being by us volunteering ourselves and agreeing with their diagnosis. We trust in oppression and stay thereon. Now it's time for us to do what? Say, well, listen, let's break free. Let me clean myself. Okay? Let me not listen to my doctor or my psychologist or psychiatrist. I need to link back with the Most High God. He loves me. He knows me. He understands me more than these doctors. He understands me more than my family. I have so many things going on in me where I can't make the right decision. Let me just stop and link with the Most High first and be clean, be sober-minded so I can think clearly. Pray that the Most High will endow me with the Holy Spirit so that I can do what? Make my decisions on the right-hand side with the Most High. Would the Most High want me to shoot or inject diseases in my body? Would the Most High want me to take these pills that give me ideas of suicide? Would the Most High would he like me to do these things to myself? I need to get control of my whole being. I just can't knock myself down and blame myself for anything I did wrong in the past. Okay, that's under the bridge. All right, I can't change what I've done in the past and the way I've abused drugs and did things to hurt my body. These things I can't control. That's under the bridge. But I can control what I do going forward. Fall down on my knees. Pray to the Most High. Ask Him to forgive me and to help guide me through this dark time. Link in with others. Be baptized for the remission of sins. Okay? Walk away from the evil pharmaceutical products that are out there, legal or illegal, and go forward in the spirit of the Most High. Follow His law, statutes, and commandments. Link with those of like mind. Man, we might have to, Elder Lawyer, we may need a part 3 on this. The occult world, do as thou will, hip-hop in the music industry. We may need to do that, part 3.
Yes,
the
sir.
infusion of
Yes,
drugs, the drugs in the occult world and the music business. You know what? That's what it's going to be. The occult world, do as thou wilt, part 3, the entertainment and sports business. To show you that this thing is going through, and then we can do another one, the occult world, do as thou wilt, the modern day education. How we're being initiated into a Borg thought process, being educated into a satanic Borg. We need to get delivered from all of this.
Absolutely. It's funny you mentioned that. As I was speaking earlier, I was stating that we can actually, if we decided to, we can do a whole 12-week course just on this topic in itself, with all of the information that's out there concerning this.
I'm perplexed I'm perplexed with, maybe there are more people waking up than we're giving credit to, but I'm just surprised no one is speaking out more so publicly concerning with the true fact that behind this whole occult ideology in the music business, in the drug world, the pharmaceutical apparatus, you name it, there's Jewish people backing it and financing it and are behind it all together. And no one is saying anything. I mean, what are you afraid of? If you don't say anything, they're going to try to kill you anyway. What are you afraid of? They're killing us anyway. Oh, my goodness. What, you afraid that you might lose your job, or somebody may label you anti-Semitic, or you might not be able to get that record deal or this deal or that deal? Hey, they're going to kill you anyway. You might as well speak and say what you know. Lord have mercy. You got anything to say, Shapak, before we open up the lines? We finally got this sound fixed, I think, right? For the most part. Well, next week, I'll save it, and hopefully it'll work next week. Lord have mercy. See, these are the things we have to talk about. You know, it's a shame that the religious institutions, Elder Lawyer, are handcuffed. Under 501c3, there are certain political hot-button points that need to be spoke about today. There's many things that are not being spoken in fear of that tax exemption coming against them, or their finances being pulled from under them. They'd be better off just paying their taxes then and don't care about that and speak freely and say what's right to a generation that needs it more than ever right now. I don't understand it. I really can't understand it. If you are a man of the Most High or a woman of the Most High or someone in the scriptures that are dealing with the Bible, I mean, if there was any time to say something, now, what would Isaiah be doing right now? And Jeremiah, the prophets, but they say, well, listen, there's something I can't say based on my tax status. Man, Christ wasn't going for that. Christ says, listen, you render unto Caesar what is Caesar, and you give the Most High what belongs to the Most High. I'm not compromising and walking some middle ground for the sake of government, when really the real government is going to come back with me. Who's face on that money? If that's their face on the money, give them their stinking money. But don't compromise the word of the Most High God. You render what is Caesar to Caesar, and you give the Most High what belongs to him. You had Lyndon B. Johnson and all these other occultist demons, okay, these rapists, these sodomites, coming up with legislation that would say, well, at the very end, we're going to make it where those with the political status and the power and the religious moral high ground will be compromised in a contract with us. That's no different than signing your name in blood to Satan himself. If you got the word and know the truth and not speak it, then what good is it? These Christian churches have compromised themselves, and they don't speak the truth anymore. It's more so about keeping their status with the devil, with the agreement, under the agreement with the devil they made. When really these preachers, and see, you know why Lyndon B. Johnson and them, you know why they actually drafted those particular laws back then? Because at one time, it wasn't, it wasn't even a conversation. It was separation between church and state. If I'm teaching the Bible, whatever I'm getting doing the Bible have nothing to do with the state. You can't look at that as income. I'm dealing with a ministry here. Seeing the power that comes from a great orator on the pulpit. Someone that can move thousands of people. Martin Luther King, through his speeches, he moved the world from a spiritual position. They said, no, we can't have this in the future. These religious leaders have too much power. We have to control the pulpit. We have to control the messages from week to week. We can let them teach, be good people, and all things are relative. But we can never let them speak to the injustices that are happening throughout government. We need them on our side. Let's pay them. Let's pay them and say, well, listen, we'll give you a tax break. But hold up. If there's a separation between church and state, you shouldn't be talking about taxes with us anyway. We believe it's in the Bible. And the money that people are getting in the churches were already taxed, out of their paychecks. It was taxed already. But the preachers won't get together and stand and say, well, hold up, man. Something is wrong here. If the money is taxed already before it came to us, how can they double dip? Better wake up, people. So, Elder Lawyer, you think we need to attack the occult world, do it start world, the music business, and the entertainment business next week?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think so because I want to mention this. I think it will also help show the Jewish connection in this whole thing when we're addressing the music business and the effect of drugs on that particular business. So that'll be a special type of show right there.
Okay, well, this is going to be our third installment. Who knows where the Spirit is going to lead this? But all in all, hey, while the opportunity is here, we must speak the truth. We must shout it from the mountaintop. And guess what? We know that this, what we're teaching here and what we're showing here, that the whole world, we know the whole world can't get saved through this. You understand? We understand that the Most High have a remnant that will come to the knowledge of the truth. But all in all, if one person out there hear this and that impact their life and save one person, then all of these shows up until this point was worth it. If one mother hear this show and say, you know what, I know that these vaccines, I can't prove it, but I know the vaccines are messing up my child and cause their death, their hurt, their destruction, and now they do better by the children that will come after them, you know what? This show was worth it. Do your research on these occultists, these so-called philanthropists, these cokeheads like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Sigmund Freud, this satanic synagogue of Satan Jewish agenda against the true children of God. They don't really care about us anyway. So how can we accept their so-called cures and medicine for us? If you cared about us, then you would come down and give everyone that you see what you have. You would make some level of equality amongst the population, opposed to just coming through saying, "Well, I'm here with the like Bill Gates of hell, his little slithering demonic self. I got a syringe. I want to help the poor black people. I'll dig a well and shoot them off. With a vaccine that will kill them dead." They don't care about us. Don't rile us up now. Hold on, we're going to open up these lines, right? Come on, we're going to open up these lines. Thou Wilt, the occult world, the entertainment business, whether it be basketball, music, rap game, whatever the case is, that's coming next week, part 3. Are you ready, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. Before I go, let me make one announcement for brothers and sisters who would like to attend. I promised Brother Balash that I would make this announcement. All right, one moment.
If you have serious health challenges or just want a full-body tune-up, then pay a visit to barakapah-naturally.org. Barakapah means bless and heal in Hebrew, and this is exactly what our holistic, natural approach to health will do for you. Your body has been designed by the Most High to correct and heal even the most severe illnesses using full-body cleansing and detox protocols in combination with whole foods, herbs, natural supplements, pure drinking water, and a stress-reducing lifestyle, positive thoughts, and prayer. We use tried and tested natural methods to identify and address any health challenge, using a simple, easy-to-follow, personalized health program designed specifically for you. We can offer an initial 1-hour health session followed by a full 28-day follow-up plan, which includes support by email, Skype, or telephone. Further ongoing support is available as required to assist you on your health journey. we can provide you with a health and lifestyle education that will position you on the road to excellent health. So if you've tried all the hype, medicines, doctors and drugs, and failed to get the results you need, it's time to do something different. Why not use a proven natural healing program that has provided great results for many that have used it? We're not here to sell you supplements. We're here to show you how to get your health back and keep it. Go to barakraparnaturally.org, spelled www.barakrapah-naturally, naturally.org.
Okay, so that was Barack Rapah Naturally. All right. Next up now, I'm going to go through the list here. There's quite a large list of brothers and sisters with their businesses on the GOC network page. So you go to gatheringofchrist.org/businesses, or you can just go to the drop-down menu and see the network page from there. First up, we have Rashana's Naturals. Okay, so I believe this is different products like hair products and lotions and things of that nature. This is Rashana's Naturals. You can reach her on 816-824-1032. I'll read that again. That's 816-824-1032. And for those out of America, you'll just put +1 at the beginning of that number. Okay, you can also reach her on her website, which is etsy.com/shop. Okay, and you'll be directed to the various items available. All right.
Okay, and that's Rashana's Naturals, and I'll tell you, this is naturally based stuff instead of that stuff that causes cancers and issues.
Right.
Let's support our sister. She in Kansas City. Rashana Naturals.
Next up, we have Heavenly Treasure. Okay, it says here, for where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. A biblical quote. And they've got oils. They've got biblical oils. They have a blog. They have Spirit-Filled Living. They got things on their store, and it's a health and wellness type website. Okay, that's heavenlytreasure.net. I'll read that again, heavenlytreasure.net. And they have a Facebook page with the same Heavenly Treasure Life, and also the contact details is an email, so you can go to heavenlytreasure1018@gmail.com. That's HeavenlyTreasure1018@gmail.com. Heavenly Treasure. Next up, we have Ahia's Promise Herbals. Okay, I guess there's a click to a website maybe. Let's try that. Okay, yes. So when you Ahia's Promise Herbals, there's not much contact details on there, but there's a hyperlink on the actual banner. You click it, and it'll take you directly to their website. Again, they have a lot of body products. It looks like they actually have a natural organic deodorant now.
Yeah,
I'll have to order some of that.
I have one of these upstairs. It's natural deodorant. Sisters make it themselves. They have natural lip gloss. They have frankincense and myrrh. You name it. Frankincense rocks. They got honey products. Everything that we're normally, instead of Maybelline and all these cancer-causing products,
right.
Ahia's Promise Herbals. Y'all need to go there, because at least you'll be supporting your brothers and sisters and receiving products that are natural, made from the earth. And, we can't support our brothers and sisters enough. So let's make sure you go to Ahia's Promise Herbals, to get your natural products.
Right. I guess that's a nice image too. I guess that's an artistic impression of honey, milk and honey. A land flowing with milk and honey. That's pretty cool. Okay, next up we have Kwam Yashrala. Okay, this is train up a child in the way it should go. and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So I guess this is things.
These are actual children books.
Right.
Where they can learn the holy days and all that.
Right.
The Passover, the Feast of Weeks, Purim.
Right.
So it's an actual site.
Right.
Where you can order children's books and they'll actually learn of the Bible and holy days and laws and all that.
Right.
And check this out. The depiction of the characters are accordingly. They are right depictions.
Right.
When they're talking about a specific nation, it's of that nation.
Right.
Blowing the trumpet. So here it is. You can go there, order, just click on Kwam Yesha Allah. Just click on the page on gatheringofchrist.org. You'll see the books there and order these children books for your children. And you should do this. Why? Because brothers and sisters, listen, they are teaching our children the so-called alternative perversion lifestyles in school now.
Right.
So we have to offset some of these things. If we can't get them out of these schools yet, let's offset some of this imposition, this mental war against our children, this psychological war, by giving them and instilling in them the pride that comes with their forefathers who are in the Bible. Now, also, this is where you can reach them at. You can reach them at www.bacarbooks.com. That's BACHARBOOKS.com.
And it's clickable also, like the other banner. When you see it come up, you can click on the image.
Click on the image, it takes you to the page.
It takes you right to the page.
There you go.
Okay. Next up, we have Exodus, herbal gum and tooth powder. So no more fluoride for your toothpaste. This is natural. You can use this. It says here, the revolutionary herbal gum and tooth powder that is especially formulated for infectious bleeding gum, which is the only gum and tooth powder with immediate effects. It contains no chemicals, no fluoride, no preservatives, no additives, no artificial coloring or sugar.
So, and I'm glad that they brought this up, because a lot of you don't know fluoride was purposely put in a very toxic ingredient. Okay, and it's what they call it. They can call anything fluoride.
Right.
They'll just name it fluoride, even if it's chemical waste, and they'll place it in your toothpaste. And here it is, you see your teeth getting brown. It's because of fluoride. 9 out of 10 dentists agree with fluoride, because based on the fact that if you use it, you'll become repeat customers, losing your teeth.
Right.
So no more fluoride. Just click on the page, Exodus herbal gum and tooth powder. All right. What's next here?
Next up, we mentioned Barack naturally. Next up, we also have here WOS. Is dedicated to bringing you the finest quality organic and wild harvest herbal supplements that are 100% whole herbs.
100% herbs. You go to WOSherbalhealth.com or click on the link that's on the GOCC network at gatheringofchrist.org.
Right.
What's next here?
Next up, that's actually me. We got that's myself, Shane Cole Consulting. Okay, basically legal advice over a range of different areas, you understand, and in a nutshell, I've actually done things that I had no prior experience to, but anything legal is certain principles that apply across the board. And the whole deal is, I've even helped, without naming any names, I've helped one particular sister who dealt her whole life and was actually legally minded as well, but because she didn't have financial experience, I actually helped show her some of the things that she wasn't looking at too,
and was able to get her some help that she didn't think was available. So when it comes to finances and all that, Shapat has a legal degree, a law degree within the UK, and he's a great legal mind. So Shea and Company Consulting, you can reach out, and it's good to reach out to a brother whom you know will be on your side, and it's not about no finances. It's about helping you within this beast system, helping and making you aware of the attacks against you legally. So that's my brother here, Shapat. All right, what's next?
Next up here is Recovering from Autism. Begin your family's autism recovery journey today. And that's a book that is available on Amazon.com, Amazon Kindle, and Barnes & Noble.
Okay, and the author is Sister Terry Brogan. And the whole deal is, we all know that autism comes from the thimerosal and additives they put in your vaccine, brain killing your children. Well, there's a way to detoxify or get the toxicity out of your child. Autism is something newly up since they have mainstreamed and fast-tracked these vaccine schedules. So this is an onslaught, a medical attack against your children that's causing seizures and all types of things. So here it is. A mother and people who have gone through this want to tell you their journey in recovering, helping their child recover from autism. And a lot of our brothers and sisters need this. Okay, so you have Terry Brogan. You can get her book, Recovery from Autism, on Amazon and Barnes & Nobles.
Next up, we have, what's this?
Desired
Promise. Handmade just for you. Okay, so you got handmade hair and body products. You can go to desiredpromise.com. You can also, on Facebook, you've got Love Desired Promise, and you have an email at info@desiredpromise.com. And there's a phone number, which is 281-738-1505.
Okay, we have Herbal Health Review proudly presents Discoveries in Health by Dr. Truman and Crystal. Okay. Now, of course, you can go to herbalreview.com for this, and you can call the phone number 1-503-362-5899. She's helping our people along herbally and getting some advice on what to do opposed to these killer medications that are leading to false mental health diagnosis. So a lot of these things we need to disconnect, get more spiritual, and go back to the herbs. The Most High said He made herbs for meat. Believe it or not, your food is your medication, and I'm glad a lot of our brothers and sisters who are part of the GOCC network, really push the herbal way opposed to the pharmaceutical death and eugenics way.
Right.
All right, what's next?
Next up here, we have Above Ruby's products. This is natural hair and body care. Okay, it says embellish your crown with Above Ruby's healthy hair care jewels.
See, and I'm glad that I met the brothers, the sisters, and the brother that's behind this also. Natural hair and body care, and a matter of fact, you can go to our page, click on it, and you'll get the contact information. All right,
you can go direct to AboveRubiesProducts.com.
AboveRubiesProducts.com. Come on, we have a few more. Come on.
Okay, we have Lakaya Creative. Okay, art and fashion design. Okay, we got handmade art designs such as logo designs, portraits, paintings, and more, including garments, for nice clothes for feasts and such, and shirts, dresses, mitres, and more.
Look at that. And see, this girl, this sister, is very talented when it comes to art, and it comes in her creativity. It shows in her creativity, the clothes she creates. Please support this sister. You can call her Lakaya Creative. You can reach her at Lakaya Creative. That's LACHAAYA Creative at gmail.com. Phone number 224-234-9894. And you can find her at LakayaCreative.com. Come on, we only got two more. Come on.
All right. Next up, we got 12 Tribes of Israel apparel.
Real nice.
Okay, we got, this is at www.12, that's 12tribesapparel.com. You can reach them there or at 909-806-7258.
Exactly. Get some Israelite
and represent your tribe. Last up, we have Endiv Apothecary. Okay.
We got www.endivapothecary.com. It's time for healing. Natural healings and Herbs. That's spelled www.endive apothecary, apthecary.com for your natural herbs. Okay, of course, it's good to see our brothers and sisters' conscience and get more into the healing of their body as well as their spirit. Now let's go right into it now. Make that big enough so I can see it, please. Oh, there you go. I will be in Las Vegas Friday, May 26, 2007, that Sabbath. It's going to be a Bible revival debate. It's called The Faith God Gave, and it's going to be hosted by the Gathering of Christ Church and hosted by the Archives, and it's going to be powered by the Gathering of Christ Church. And it's going to be myself, quote unquote, as they put on the flyer, versus the American antidote. So we're going to deal more so with the answer to our people in the ills of the world is the Bible. That's the hidden wisdom that should come forth if one is called to be what you would call a black activist, opposed to just pointing out the obvious and giving no long-term solutions. Okay? The majority of black, they would campaign concerning our plight. And they would make money strictly off of that. And that'll be their shtick. But yet, there's no long-term solutions. So he's going to come with, I'm speaking of the he, Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, brother organization of a new destiny, author of, he wrote a book, author of The Antidote. So he's gonna come with his answer. And it's going to be against the answer that's coming out of the Bible. He's going to give his answer, and I'm going to give what thus saith the Most High. And that will be Friday, May the 26th, 2017. It will be at the West Las Vegas Theater, 951 West Lake Meads Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. Now, if you're interested in tickets, particular event, it's going to be online, and brothers in the area and sisters in the area can attend. A lot of Christians are coming to it. The brother has a great following, Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. He has had a few spots as a pundit or a commentator for civil rights on CNN and what have you. And we have Brother Xavier Balas and the brothers and sisters over in Las Vegas who have put this together. So whoever would like to be a part of this, right now, the flyer I have doesn't have a phone number on it, but just keep your ears to the ground, and what I'll do is we'll put the flyer on the gatheringofchrist.org with all the information on how to get the tickets or how to view it online in your respective areas throughout the whole world. So that will be coming up, okay? And it's going to be a discussion. And hopefully through the discussion, the Most High will bring forth his understanding through the church and allow more people to come to the knowledge of the truth. That's the point about it. It's not about the wins or losses or who may look better than the other. It's about the Most High's word getting magnified throughout the four corners of the earth. All right. Let me open up the lines. We have someone from the 619 area code. How long we have on this broadcast, Subhan? We have 6 minutes to go. That means if you are not on the line within 6 minutes, you will not be able to hear us. You will not be able to hear us unless you call phone number. Exactly. Well, Ustream is fine. Ustream is rolling. But if you want to continue to be a part of this particular discussion, the occult world doest thou wilt, you will need to call into the guest line, which is 515-605-9327. I'll repeat, 515-605-9327. And in 5 minutes, we'll be going into overtime. Okay, we're going to do about 10, 15 minutes overtime. And after that, we will wish you all Godspeed. And of course, you'll be invited next week for part 3. All right? And again, for the debate that's coming up May 26th, okay, just keep your eyes on the gatheringofchrist.org. We'll have the flyer up there and up with all the details to attend if you would like, be it online or through tickets, through tickets for seats there, okay, in Las Vegas. 609 area code. Okay, you're live on Blog Talk. You have 2 minutes. How are you? 609, you're live on Blog Talk. Okay. We have someone from the 509 area code. You're live
Shalom,
on Blog
brother.
Talk. Elder Rikash Yar, how are you? Shalom.
Good, how are you? Good, so I have
I'm doing well. You have 2 minutes. Talk to us.
All right. I have first a question, and it involves Hebrews 10, verses 26. I'll read it real quick for the listeners. For if we sin willfully, after then we have received the knowledge of truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. Now, the reason why I'm asking about it is because in 2014, I was baptized as an Adventist, and I learned some of the truth. I was keeping the Sabbath, I was following the law, etc., and I was going hard in the church for a good 6 months. But then after 6 months, I moved away to Minnesota, and I fell back into the world and started doing everything I did previously, but more. And I'm now a part of GOCC Washington, and the truth I know now, I didn't learn as an Adventist, but I was just wondering if that scripture, if that verse applies to me.
Well, that verse applies to everyone. Keep in mind, it tells you once you baptize and you go back like a dog to its vomit, and that applies to any of us. Okay. That in most cases that we take on 7 spirits more wicked than the original one that came out. But the fact that your conscience is accusing you, that means the Holy Spirit is still in you, guiding you towards righteousness, even in your darkest time, even through your darkness. So the question is, you was doing what's right, and then it says in Hebrews 10, if you go back and begin to do wickedness, there remain no forgiveness of sins. Are you asking, can those sins you've done after baptism be forgiven?
Yes, because I'm on. Yes, it is.
Okay. First Peter's 4 and 8 reads this. Go ahead, Shaphat.
1 Peter chapter 4, verse 8. And above all things, have fervent charity among yourselves, for charity shall cover multitude of sins.
It tells us, we have 90 seconds. You can stay on. Don't hang up. And those that are on the line, you can stay into overtime. Charity covers a multitude of sins, brother, which means you need to brush yourself off. Don't live under that dark cloud that came with your sin. Walk and sin no more. And let the love and charity of Christ work through your members going forward. That means you do what's right and step away from your sin, never to touch it again. And yes, eventually, if it be the Lord's will, those sins would get covered. So it tells you what cover a multitude of sins. But you can't continue to go back. Right now, Absolutely. Your conscience accuse or excuse you. So your conscience is there directing you back to the righteous path. So the Holy Spirit is still with you, brother. But you have to work righteously to cover that sin going forward. You do what's right, the judge will eventually give the verdict. But all in all, brother, a righteous man falls 7 times. You understand? Even a righteous man can make mistakes. So don't beat yourself up. You understand?
Yeah.
Are you with me? Don't beat yourself up. Don't live under that dark cloud of sin. Now you know what sin is. Walk away from it altogether. Anything on your phone that leads you to sin, delete it. Anything on Facebook, you have to look at the pathways that lead you to where you are, where you were, after you were cleansed. And just get rid of it altogether. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right, bless you, brother. I hope that answered your questions. And of course, make sure you stay in constant counsel with the elders in your respective areas. No one can do it alone. Okay?
Absolutely. I'm on schedule to be baptized in July, so if it be the Lord's will.
Okay. Well, brother, okay. Well, let's work. Let's work. Let's go forward. Walk away from your sins and touch them no more. All right?
Thank you.
All right, bless you. Bless you, brother. All praise.
Bless you.
Thank the Most High. All praises is to Him. All right?
All praise. All right.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Okay, we have someone here from the 803 area code. 2 minutes. You're live on Blog Talk. You have your time. Talk to us. 803. Gone once. Gone twice. Gone.
Hello?
All right. You're back. Talk to me. 2 minutes.
Hi, Elder. My name is King, and I want to know, like, I didn't ask you this last week, but know how many years do we actually got left until World War III actually actually takes place?
I think I answered your question last week. That you have to look at the times. Yeah, because I can give you a time, and then but Christ says He's going to cut the time short. So if I give you a time right now, and Christ cut the time short, or it doesn't happen in the precise time that I say, then what?
Right.
So the whole deal is we have to look at the prophecies concerning the times. That's what Christ gave us Matthew 24 for.
Right.
See, men's prophecies can fail, but the Most High's prophecies are forever. You understand that? So if you are looking at the times according to the Bible, then you're okay. And I answered you last week and said, what? Iran.
Right.
Okay. Once we hit Iran, or there's a strike in Iran, that lets you know that we're snap dab in the middle of that tribulation period that goes back to Daniel the 11th chapter.
Right.
Okay.
So
that means we're going to have only about a few more years within this earth before things get locked down altogether with the New World Order. So that will give us a barometer within that 7 years, or that last 7 years before things get really heated.
Right.
We'll be right in the middle of it. Okay?
So, like, there will actually be, like, martial law, right? And all of these United Nations.
Yes.
Troops are already here. So one.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Because let me ask you a question. Why are you asking about a particular time? What is it? Is it something that you're looking to do, or you're trying to prepare it if you know exactly how much time you have?
Time is flying by every day, right? And like, I know y'all are a church, and for God, but I want to ask you, like, this is why I always ask people this, so I could have a lot of time. Like, I've been like trying to a girl, right, who's in the truth. But it's like
I need you to get right to the point concerning, because you have to realize the radio, brother, is time sensitive. So I need you to know, tell me why you're looking at a time in particular. And you need to do this really in a time sensitive way.
Okay, I will, sir. I want a woman, right? So
you want a woman? Go on.
I always felt like I couldn't actually, get one because I stutter and I have bad nervous.
Problem. What does that have to do with how much time you have? Or how long it be before America is destroyed?
See, I just want to make it to the east, where the Bible actually says that go east. I want to have enough time,
brother,
to find a woman. Yeah.
I need you to answer me yes or no. Yes or no right now. Are you a part of the church?
Yes, sir. I've been baptized.
Are you baptized in the church?
Yes, sir. I am.
Okay. What church, what area are you baptized under?
I've been baptized in GOCC, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. Well, you don't think about going east. Think about staying in church. The elders will guide you where you would need to go.
Right.
That's what you need to focus on, not going east somewhere based on a woman or anything else. Learn to serve the Most High and understand what that means. He'll direct the rest. Okay?
Right.
All right. We'll talk to you offline. I have your number. All right? Because we have other calls. I will call you in due time. All right?
All right. Thanks, sir. You have a nice day.
You're welcome. You too. Shalom. '706 area code. You're live on Blog Talk.
Yes, how you doing? This is Dr. Franklin Victor Beckles Jr. How you doing, Elder Ricard?
Bless you, brother. I'm doing well. Yourself?
Pretty good. No, this is time sensitive. I'm going to get to the point. I heard about, been listening for 3 hours about the occult. I have been, which is a sensitive topic which I've been addressing for a number of years. I've been in the truth for about 5 years, and I do pastor a church, the Sons for Christ, Church of God Ministries, and a lot of the books that I've written, and I've published some books, attacking feminism, racism, and the occult. And for a number of years, I've been exposing racial injustice as a civil rights activist. I've worked with Louis Farrakhan with the Million Man March in 2015, and I just want to say I applaud your work and what you've been doing. You have been instrumental in helping me get into the truth. And I just want to say, it's been a long time coming, getting to talk with you or whatnot, but doing my part to spread the truth. I've been continuing to write my ebooks. I've also done some comic books. I've worked with people like Dwayne McDuffie and a number of civil rights activists. I've published some books. I've even cited some of Henry Macau's work. And but as far as getting to the truth, I'm publishing a series, a comic book series where I will use information citing biblical scripture to get the word out to our young people, who they are as Hebrew Israelites. And it'll be published on Gocc.com. I have books on Lulu and Amazon. So I'm doing what I can, to get the truth out. And I just want to say I agree with you. This shouldn't be a doctrinal thing. us competing or anything. It's just what we can do as brothers to get the truth out. And like I said, you just keep up the good work. Still watching on YouTube and staying in the truth. I'm homeschooling my kids and teaching them. I have 5 children, and we have a Hebrew Academy as well. And a lot of your teachings have been instrumental in awakening, helping to awaken my children and other children as well in the truth. So, and I hope that if you know, being the chance that you get the word out more about feminism, I personally believe that that is probably one of the
what we'll do.
most damaging things.
Let me get your name.
Sure.
Let me get your name,
Sure.
Dr.
Franklin, Lyn, Beckles.
Okay.
B as in boy, Eckles, and I'm a junior.
Okay, so this is what we'll do, Dr. Beckles, right?
Yes, sir.
We want to do as much as we can to support and help your ministry and what you're doing, okay, and get it out there, if, you know. And also, what I can do is I can call you separate from this conversation, and we can set up a blog talk in which you come on, and we can go into the spirit of feminism. We'll go into the scriptures concerning it. You give us your background, your experience, and what you would like to do to help our people, to actually educate our people and free our young men from the spirit of feminism. And because feminism is not just affecting the young men, it's affecting the women too.
Exactly.
All together. It's destroying families. So I feel that this is a timely phone call, and it's in line with in the direction the church is going and educating our people. Like we educating them concerning eugenics.
Yes, sir.
How we being attacked and separated, how our family is being destroyed, how the vaccines and the psychology is destroying our people, how the Jewish Zionist agenda is propagated behind every door against us, and that also leads to this feminism. Because I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of pedophiles and freaks that are over the Zionist agenda. So I'm gonna call you. When is the best time to call you? During what time?
During the day is best time. Wednesdays and Sundays I'm busy all day with the church, but and of course in the evenings that's when I'm writing my books and doing my manuscripts. But there's also 2 points that I want to take a second to mention that I think may be very dear to your heart. I have done a lot of my dad is a civil rights pioneer. He was the first person to start a charter school. And he's a senior, Dr. Beckles, senior, in Aiken, South Carolina, and he helped a number of African Americans during the time where public schools, since the 80s up until 2013, were kicking out a number of our kids, minority kids, and you know, dropouts and all of them, and he started a private school to help educate them. And he, 2014, he was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease. For the past 3 years, I've been running marathons and doing what I can in hopes of finding a cure. And I know, based on the teachings, you know, they got the cure out there, but they don't want to help nobody. And I believe during the vaccinations and stuff that you talked about, bringing forth, you know, they may have administered it to him because he was so instrumental in helping people. And but I just wanted to honor him, you know, being my father, and like you touched on, you got to honor your mother and father. That's biblical. And my mother, she, you know,
and see,
doing what
listen,
you can to take care of you.
I haven't put this, doctor. We're going to talk about that. I can't deal with your second point, but I would like to put this out there that because we're going to do a whole show with you. I'm going to do a whole show with you. That's guaranteed.
I appreciate it.
The one thing I know for sure is what goes on in those hospitals. And that's why I make sure that I tell everyone around me, it doesn't matter what goes down.
That's right.
With me, the Most High control the issues of death, and the last place that I would want to pass is in a hospital. Okay?
That's right.
So I don't want to go to hospital for nothing, for nothing. Okay?
I know.
There's nothing.
I
Because
realize
I can
that
go
now.
to the hospital. I can go to the hospital for something small. They'll pull up the records and find out who you are. Next thing you know, they dripping something in your IV that will cause irreparable damage, if not death altogether. And I also made it clear, I'm gonna put this out in public. I even told my children that listen, no one, for no reason, do any of you let the hospital put me under a chemically induced coma for no reason.
Yeah.
If they tell you that I'm unconscious, you go into the room and you pull every IV out of me and everything off of me and let the Most High revive me.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's right.
And don't ever let them tell, because when people, they play on the ignorance of our people, brother, and they'll tell you, they'll tell the family, okay, he was in an accident and he's in a coma right now. But they won't tell you that it's chemically induced.
Yeah.
They won't tell you that it's something dripping in your veins that's keeping you under. And you're hearing all the doctors everywhere talking about how they're going to slowly put you down. How your family is coming in, and you're hearing them talk about your funeral arrangements, and you can do nothing about it sitting there in that, in that dark place, in that sunken place. So, so brother, I know about it. I know about it. Listen. Brother, we're going to have that conversation. I'm going to call you up tomorrow. No doubt about it.
Okay.
All right?
No problem. And I just want to say, keep up the good work with the occult.
I think it's the beginning of a great relationship.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Yeah, just keep up the good work with the occult. I've also done books exposing people like Hillary Clinton. I wrote a book, and I cited some of the Henry Mackow's information. And I titled it the way you did with Albert Pike being the son of Satan. I titled it Hillary Clinton, the daughter of Satan, and it's I believe
you got it right.
Very inspiring book. Yeah. Well, a lot of people read it, and maybe it had something to do with her losing the election. I don't know, but I'm just glad she didn't.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, I'm going to call you. I need you to give me a link to whatever you have. I'm going to make sure I take out my time and at least read some of your stuff, okay?
Sure. That's no problem.
All right, bless you, brother, and I'll talk with you tomorrow.
God.
All right, picking right up from where we left. Let me see. I have to look at those who've been on for a long period first. We have someone here from the 469 area code.
Hey, shalom, Elder.
Yes, you're live on Blog Talk, 469 area code. Elder
Okay, brother. Shalom, brother. Shalom. You and Elder Lawyer, it's a blessing to talk to you, brothers. But particularly, I'm a young brother, of course, 17 years old, and me and my friend, we had the opportunity of going out to speak to young brothers yesterday and young sisters on vaccinations. And you wouldn't believe some of the face remarks that we got when we spoke to these people on vaccinations. Excuse me, brother. When we were speaking to them, most of the people had the nerve to tell us they didn't even speak English. Yet they entertained some of the conversation that we were speaking to them on previously about. And then, before we even left, the police came to us, of course, and told us we were soliciting false information. So it's like they're teaching most of the families out here that vaccinations are it's something that shouldn't be opposed. It's something that shouldn't be sought out as wrongfully evil, of course. And we were telling them straight up, look, there's aluminum in vaccinations, there's monosodium glutamate, human and animal DNA cells, so I don't know why you would want to give this to your children, of course. And then a second point I want to touch on, brother, is that me being in high school, of course, I minister to the young brothers there, and I tell them, look, smoking weed has a lot of TH cells in it, of course, which slows your brain down. The Bible tells us to be sober and vigilant. Anytime that you're smoking, anytime that you're getting high, of course, you're not sober, and the Holy Spirit can't deal with you. So for brothers to say that marijuana is a plant from the Most High to be used for, you need to understand that, brother, it's a plant that's used for medicinal herbs, but it wasn't meant for you to get high. Anytime you like something, it becomes a chemical, okay? So, but I'm not going to take up too much time, brother.
Brother, how old are you again?
For letting me in the call. 17, brother.
You're 17 years of age.
Yes, sir.
Boy, oh boy.
hey, I'm telling you, brother.
Hey, the devil is in trouble.
Amen.
Well, bless you,
Out
brother.
of the mouth of babes and sucklings shall truth come, brother. But we'll speak soon,
there you
brother,
go.
right?
Well-spoken intellect. Brother, do the work, brother. Hey, I know you make your parents proud. Shalom, brother.
All righty.
Lord have mercy. Tell me the work is not the work. What? But, yeah, of course they say that marijuana is a drug that was given to earth by God, as they claim. But they're not telling you what God. I agree. There is a God who's pushing marijuana. And you can read about that God in these manuscripts by Satanists, the Red Satanic Skull and Bone Brotherhood, right? But I'm going to show you what God it is. It tell you when something came over my desk today, right? Genesis 4:26, and it says, "And to Seth, to him also there was born a son. He called his name Enos. Then began man to call upon the name of the Lord." Now check that out. Seth was dealing with the God of Adam, but his sons began to go off, and then that's when men began to call upon the name of the Lord. Now, mind you, the name of the Most High wasn't given until Moses. But that Lord right there, where not only Cain's sons went off following, but Seth's sons also, is Yahweh in the scriptures. Right? So that's why only Noah and his 3 sons and their wives were able to get on the ark. Because the whole population of the sons of Seth went off too. Right? Oh, you see that? All right. Let's go. So, no, go ahead.
In relation to the the medical thing.
The medical things. Come on.
Just something was in my mind that I would recall said it repeatedly, but I wanted to reiterate and make it absolutely abundantly clear.
Yeah.
We'd be laughing sometimes with the these campaigns with the cures, right? Maybe we should get some money and run a cure campaign. But anyway, the clear point is we are the cure. Our body, our immune system, we are the cure.
Exactly.
If we detox and get the point of entry out of us and then rebuild our body with natural food, we are the cure, coupled with, prayer to the Most High and following the Most High. We are the cure. We don't need these, so-called cure campaigns. That's all I want.
Exactly. And the brother was perplexed, the young man. He was perplexed at the fact that why would the police come with one saying that, warning the people about vaccines and saying that what you're doing, how can you get the police involved in this? I mean, what's going on here? What type of campaign is this? The police are pushing vaccines now? Are you kidding me? Matter of fact, what we need to do is relate the rise of the rises in diseases, the rises in illnesses and sicknesses and cancer, and also relate it to the rise in vaccine schedules. That should be the relation right there. There's the correlation. And I'm glad the young man has awakened, because guess what? The brother planted the seed now. At least these young people he talked to can now do some of the research themselves. See, ignorance have been one of our greatest ills, but at least he planted a seed, because some out of all those young people, brothers and sisters the brother spoke with, at least one of them is going to research what he's saying. Okay? Well, I thank the Most High for brothers like that. Okay, we have someone from the 701 area code. You're live on Block Talk.
Oh, I'm sorry, I am on. Yes, shalom, brothers and elders. Wonderful topic as always that you guys put down. I have, I guess, a couple questions. Oh my God, it's so real out here. I have children, and one night I was told, Mom, who put the camera in my room? So I had no idea. So I'm thinking, okay, we'll take you to the doctor, get you one pill, you'll be fine. Well, no, they diagnosed him with bipolar, and he has been in jail about 100 times within 2-3 years. So my concern now is he's going to be getting out in October, and I would like to know, through the natural medicines, if they will kind of flush his system out and get him back on top of things. I mean, I just got so much going on. It's not even funny. So I am in the academy. I really long to just meet you guys, and I hope you're the family that God has put in, that would be a real family, because I've been to so many different churches. I'm at the point now I will not step my foot in a church. Another question that's one question. Second question would be, what do I say to these pastors that have just hurt my family when they keep trying to get us to come back, and I'm not going to come back? I mean, I asked the one pastor, I said, can you show me in the Bible where it says, that we're supposed to worship on Sundays? He never got back with me, but they want me to come to the church, but I can't go. I mean, I don't even know it all, but it just seems all so true. I've just heard so much, and, always scratch my head that what you guys are putting down is so true that, I'm going to prophesy, hey, there's going to be a GOCC here in North Dakota, or I got to get moved to get somewhere where there's a GOCC so I can, just fellowship and just get stronger. So those are my two questions. If I can flush my son's system when he's out of prison from the poison they put on him. Another question, is there any way we can do a class action suit? And, if you can just answer those questions.
Who would you like to sue? Okay, who would you like to sue with the class action suit?
I guess I'd be suing Satan, so I'll just keep praying and and keeping him under my feet, because I know they won't give us the 40 acres and a mule, so we just have to. I'm glad that there's a family that I can bond with. I can't wait to get with the women so we can pray. Oh, that one little baby, I want her to teach me that father's oh gosh, I'm a little nervous. The prayer in Hebrew. I think she was 5 or 6. I watched the Passover. I just want to sing that song. I want to learn it. So, that's another thing I'm working to. But yeah, if you could answer those questions, can I flush my son's system? Can we get a GOCC going here in North Dakota? And what do I say to these pastors that, I just know that they're just unlearned. They're unlearned.
Okay. Now, you done rolled out a long list for me here. I don't know if I can attack them all in one conversation. But let's
you don't get out about email.
When your son, okay, listen to me clear. I'm gonna try to run it down. When your son get out, first embrace him. Don't try to push nothing on him. Find out what he wants first. Speak with him and ask him what he would like to do. You understand? Find out what that is first, right? The second, because why? He would need to come to conclusions to what's for what's better. To what's better for him. That's number one. And you can't kick against the pricks if he don't want it. That's number one. Number two, if he would like your help, then you can find ways of metal detoxification and getting the metals out of him that came through the vaccine schedules and all those things. And if you go to naturalnews.com and places like that, or type in metal detoxification, there's natural herbs that he can take in regular old pills and herbs and teas that can actually have his body cleansed from all those toxins that are really messing with his neurological senses and so his wires can get uncrossed. Usually it's through the metals and toxins that are causing mental issues. There's really no bipolar and all this stuff here. These are things where your brain is just not getting what it needs. It's being blocked by all these metals and the vaccines and what's being sprayed in the air. So usually metal detoxification is the first thing. The second thing is to make sure he's not eating GMO food and genetically modified food and is actually putting healthy foods in his body. That's just a physical part of things. But then you need that spiritual part where not putting too much pressure on him, but saying, son, I would like it if we pray together. Y'all say the Lord's Prayer. And get him in practice with praying and connecting with the Most High sometimes. These are the things, that's just the beginning, but what I'm bringing forth right here is just a good start. You understand? These are things you don't need no outside influence on. You don't need me telling you what to do or guiding you on a daily basis. And, you know, these are things that you can control, things that can patiently be implemented if he allows. And then those steps can be made towards the next questions. Okay, he's doing better. What should we do next? All right?
Well, sir, I mean, I kind of beg to differ. I kind of beg to differ. I'm not trying to hold up a bunch of time, but we tried that, you know, a couple times when he tried to go off, but we didn't have anything to put him on. And, I mean, he was just like a zombie. He could not talk or anything. They fill our kids with this mess. They throw them out here on us, and I'm not a doctor, you know, so I got to turn them back to them clowns, and then they just screw him up more, you know, and you know, he is where he is now, all because of this.
Sister, listen to what I'm saying, though. I know you beg to differ, but listen, the withdrawal period and what it takes to get that stuff out of his system, there's a few things that one has to tolerate and go through to get him back normal. So, of course, those things in his bloodstream and his bones and all that and what the drugs have done, he will have a withdrawal period or a change period through that. But, see, you need an expert there with you that would help take him through that transformation instead of putting him back on the drugs. It's not going to be a smooth transition where he's not going through some level of psychosis during this. But those things are side effects based on the withdrawals that comes from the drug. You understand?
I understand that. I understand that. Well, you have to give me a GOCC number. Give me a GOCC number that can do that, because all these other clowns out here, all they do is put him on something else and really screw him up, you know. I need a place that after he's trying to brought down that he could be in a safe house place. You know, these places ain't out here like this. I mean, it's something I hope the Most High gives me the money to so I can set up shop for us. I mean, we're like in a freaking hospice here. I don't mean to say that, but it's real out here. It's real. But listen, okay, I'm not going to hold you up. I'll be in touch. I'll just email you with the rest of my questions. You can go ahead to the next call.
This is okay. Let me get your name real quick.
My name is Latanya. It's Latanya.
Okay, so just pray. It'll be all right. We'll give you a call, and we'll see what we can do with an elder or deacon in your proximity, in your area, that can help. At least come there, talk with you, and you understand we could do the best we can, being so far away. But I'm sure there's an adjoining state with an elder that can come and talk with you. Okay?
Or either you guys can get me set up, because I'll get one going here. I got to get together with some like-minded people. These demons out here. I mean, I got them. I can chase 1,000, but I need somebody with me to chase 2,000. You know, 2,000. So yeah, I'll be in touch with you.
Okay, we'll have that conversation. You stay strong, sister. Hold your head up. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, tell them. Bless you. It's a shame because they're doing this same campaign against us all over the earth. They separate us as individuals where there's no support for us as a people. There's no leaders within our community to protect us. The pastors don't know what to do because they're being controlled through 501c3. And it's like each house is being attacked with this satanic apparatus, this drug infusion within our lives, this occult assault. You there, the lawyer?
Yes, sir. I'm just listening, and it's a shame.
Yeah, man. This is happening to us all over the earth, and we're just sitting back getting attacked with these false diagnoses. Everything is leading to them diagnosing our children and our young men, our strong warriors, with bipolar or crazy. When these Satanists, they're the crazy ones. Those that are behind this whole system are the bipolar, evil demons. It's a shame, man, but it's okay. We'll just say a prayer this Sabbath for Sister Latanya and her son, that the Most High, send a spirit of protection over and a hedge over that house. Okay, and a spirit that can help him battle these spirits.
Absolutely.
because when they take these medications, they also are taking on spirits. That's what pharmacy is. And now she's not only dealing with what comes with being a mother looking to raise a young man, but now she's dealing with all these entry of spirits and demons that have fused themselves with his being. Man, he's got to pray, and we'll get it together. We have someone from the 331 area code. How are you?
Shalom, Elder. This is Balas. I just got like 2 things to say.
Balas. Yeah, this is the brother that's with us. That's actually behind him and his team. The debate coming May 26th. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the first thing was I was hoping, like, nobody knows how deep the rabbit hole goes on the occult. So I was hoping.
Well, we scratching it. We scratching the surface. We digging.
Yeah, I was hoping you can define it. Just give like a clear definition, because in America everything's so mixed together. The pharmacy.
There's only one word for it, brother.
Yeah.
There's only one word for it. Satanism. See, all these isms fall under Satanism. It's what the Most High say in His Word and His commandments, and everything else outside of that is the occult. So that's why it's so deep, be it psychosis or drugs, and so broad, to the point where we can do 1 billion shows on the occult. The kingdom is here, and we're still on Blog Talk doing the occult. You understand?
Agreed.
Because everything outside of the simplicity of the Most High's law is the occult. All of it. So I wish it was a way we can quantify it into one conversation and have just a one topic kill on this deception. But it's on every level. It's in our schools. Yeah. It's in our religious institutions. When we turn on the TV, when we turn on the radio, when we go to church.
Yeah.
When we go to the library, when we're talking amongst our families. You understand? So it's so many levels. It's to the point where we have to, while we're doing this, the Spirit comes in and say, okay, church, okay, servants, you need to talk about this next week then. That's how many levels it is. But I think the Most High that it begins, Balas, it begins with a conversation. The conversations we're having right now, most people have quantified or spoke about on some level, but without the Bible as the key verifier. That's been the issue. The issue is we can point to the ills, but not get to its inception. Why? Because they can't relate these drugs and all that and what we're being prescribed with the tree of good and evil. Because why? They don't believe in the Bible. They don't know that we turn over our power to the other gods by biting or taking a bite into their fruit. See? What is their fruit? The drugs. So they don't understand it. There's a law through the Spirit of the Most High that brings us back, that can heal us and allow us to understand and resolve the occult world. And that's why the Most High send teachers. It says, ye that call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. But how can you call on him whom you have not known? And how can you know of that God without a preacher? And how can one preach unless he be sent? See? So, brother, we're doing it. With the conversation that's titled A Debate May 26th. These are steps. It's not a one quick. This thing is so deep, like you've mentioned, this rabbit hole. It's not a one. It's not a quick fix. It's a daily grind in exposing the evil. And the more evil that's exposed, like you say, we realize that we're only scratching the surface concerning their evil against us. But at least now we know who's doing it. We know it's a Jewish agenda. That we know it's Zionism. We know that we're not to fuse our plight and what's going on with us with them. We know to keep ourselves separated from their agenda because their agenda is against us. Right? So, hey, we're taking steps. And we know not to listen to anything the radio or TV is telling us. Right? We know not to take their vaccines now. Right? We know not to trust their hospitals. Right? See, our people didn't know these things before, Balas, you see? You with me?
I was saying I agree.
What you going at?
I would say
okay,
I agree.
Okay, well, since you're on, let's give the brothers and sisters the details that I couldn't earlier concerning this debate, May 26th. What time is it? What's the date? What it entails? Who could they contact if they would like to view it online or get tickets? The floor is yours.
Okay, great. Well, we're having a Bible revival debate. It's in Las Vegas. If you want to call us to get information, further information, or you want to do a sponsorship to help support, you can call us 702-970-8220. We do want to let everyone know we wish everything could be free, but everything costs. So it's important that we do get sponsorships. It's important that people support because, hey, a lot went into it. Not just our hearts, but our energy and our finances. So that's why we have prices. Because a lot of people ask us, well, why are y'all charging? Well, the reason why is we had to get a building, so forth and so on. But all in all, we got Elder Ricard, whom you all are listening to right now. Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, he is he's a Christian pastor, New Age. He's in the New Age movement, we'll say. And one thing I can say about him is that he is trying to really bring accountability. If I could say anything positive about him, that is the positivity. He's trying to bring accountability rather than be the blame game.
Okay, that's good.
For that he is of course looked on as, sometimes an Uncle Tom, which sometimes he could be one way, sometimes. But it's going to be live. Other than that, it's going to be live on. When you see the flyer, you'll have a link on there. You can watch it online for $15. You can email us to get further information. The archive, CHP 37. So that's the archive, as in books, library, the archive, chapter, CHP 37 at gmail.com. We're going to live through our church website at YouTube. You can go on YouTube, look up A Gathering 144. And also, it should come through on the GLCC website, gatheringofchrist.org. And you could
gatheringofchrist.org. I told him earlier that we will have all the information up on gatheringofchrist.org concerning the May 26th date. Okay, and all that entails. And okay,
it will be very educational. So seating time is 4:30. The tickets, if you're going to be in Las Vegas, start at $35. So other than that, it's the Valley of the Dry Bones. We're trying to raise up the Valley of the Dry Bones. So that's all I got on it.
All right, thank you, brother. And of course, we'll discuss more in detail offline. But thank you, brother, and I'm looking forward to that. That conversation May 26th. Okay.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right, bless you, my brother. All right. And for those who think I'm anti-Semitic or just have a problem with Jews or whatever, they would like to be dismissive instead of just admitting that there is a Zionist world agenda. Let me give you a quote by the Jew Sigmund Freud himself, the one who is behind what you would call subliminal suggestions, using psychology as a means of injecting an agenda to destroy people. All right. When I say psychology, subliminal. If they say it long enough, they'll make you believe it's your idea. And usually the idea is to choose something that would destroy yourself. All right. Sigmund Freud, quote, "In some place in my soul, in a very hidden corner, I am a fanatical Jew. I am very much astonished to discover myself as such, in spite of all the efforts to be unprejudiced and impartial. Hey, what can I do against it? At my age," Sigmund Freud, at least he told the truth, that he's just a radical Jew and he cannot get over his prejudices and his impartial Zionist beliefs in an agenda against the world. Just how he is. He's a demon. Okay. Let's go to the next call here. From the 925 area code. You're live on Blog Talk. We're winding down. We only have a few minutes before the broadcast is done. Do As Thou Wilt Part 2. You have 2 minutes. Talk to us.
Yeah, Elder Bakar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
loud and clear.
Yeah, I want to say that I've worked in mental health for about over 16, 17 years now, and I've heard a lot about Sigmund Freud, and a lot of people talk about him in the field that worked there, and I never heard he did cocaine, so that was like kind of shocking to me.
Oh yeah, he was a serious crackhead. He was a cokehead.
Yeah, so I mean it makes sense because a lot of this mental health, man, I've always seen it as a demonic, possession, and a lot of it's tied to drug use. So yeah, definitely another good Block Talk today. I can't wait till next week.
Yeah, and it's a shame that most people didn't know that he was a cokehead during his time. Him with the white mustache, it's sort of camouflaged. It's him hitting it up. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
All right. Bless you.
All right. Shalom, brother.
Yeah, and see, we're not supposed to tell the truth concerning this. They'll show us just strung out on the corner. Every time when you look at it, here it is. This guy, he's a nice suit, got a chain with a clock to it. He's a straight cokehead. But yet, no one is bringing this out. Wow, they're hiding their true agendas. They hiding exactly what they are about. And see why must we expose this? Well, people out there are attaching the Torah and jewelry and the law of the Most High with these people. And when they see how immoral and fanatical these people are at its height, they begin to attach the Bible and claim, well, if these people have the Bible and are God's people and are immoral, then why, if it's not helping them then in the world, then why should we follow it? So we must expose these people. These people are not Torah-based. Even the Hasidic and the Orthodox Jews, all of them guys are Satanists. All right? We only have a few more calls here. And the Bible says that the end cannot come unless that man of perdition be revealed, that exalteth himself against what? Against the Most High. The people who would bring in atheistic teachings through their universities, or come out with lies straight out, claiming King James was a homosexual, claiming that King James, and here it is, these guys are pedophiles and be using all type of fellatio on little children for circumcision. But yet they'll demonize King James and that black man and claim that he was a homosexual, when they are known pedophiles and homosexuals. They'll demonize us at every turn through the media. So that man of sin must be revealed, that son of perdition. That's behind Hollywood, the media, all that. And guess what? We're going to expose this more so next week with the Occult World, Do As Thou Wilt Part 3, the music and entertainment business. Right? Area code. You're live on Blog Talk.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom, Era.
Shalom.
Elder. This is Michael Maloney, Wichita. How you doing?
Mike Maloney.
My old
Good
church.
to see you, brother. Good to see you. It was a blessing seeing you and your family at the Passover.
Yeah, same. Likewise. I'm hearing that my old church that I used to attend to is having a psychology, I guess is a seminar where they have all the people that have psychology problems. Go ahead.
So okay, that's not a bad idea. What is it going to do? Pray over these people? What is it doing? Or
No,
let's say they're probably giving out pills there, huh?
They got the doctors coming and everything. So
they got.
I'm just hoping.
They got the sorcerers coming. Go on.
Right. And I'm hoping they don't do what I'm thinking they're fixing to do. Because they always say in the black neighborhood it needs to be. We need to be psychologically evaluated because of the trauma that we've been through, which is true. And I think the first step is to tell the truth and put away those lies.
Yeah, my psychological trauma is Deuteronomy 28. I understand why I'm in this condition and why the synagogue of Satan is ruling over me. I'm not bipolar. I understand 100% clear why I have to serve these degenerates. And there's nothing wrong with me. And what they're going to do at this church, they're going to have more people believe that they have mental issues. They're going to make it say like a lot of us are dealing with psychosis and mental issues, but are ashamed or afraid to get help. That's where they're going to go. I'm going to tell you that right now. But
right.
People serving captivity according to Deuteronomy 28 are going to have emotional shortcomings. But that's not a mental health issue. That's a I need the Most High God issue. That's what that is.
Right.
You can't push no pill on me that's going to, it's going to free me from captivity? It's going to give me some land? Hey, are we going to own this world now? We need a permanent fix. That's what? Rulership. Don't peddle your little Jewish pills over here. No, thank you. But go on, brother.
Right. Well, yeah, that's basically the gist of it. I just wanted to say, just appreciate all the work you've done. I know it's a hard work. It gets tiresome, and we have to keep going on because sometimes I feel like, man, I said to myself, man, I wish I would have came in the truth yesterday. I'd be on fire. I can last. But praise the Most High, I came in when I did.
Hey, brother, listen. Just, re-spark it. You be on fire. Get on fire. The one thing about it, if you're doing it, you're doing it. And the whole deal is this, brother. Hey, of course it's not all good. Of course it's hard. But the reality is, listen, if the work is not being done, then the Most High is going to raise someone else to do it. Right, and what comes with it? People lying on you, people saying things against you, people not hearing you. Listen, the Most High told Ezekiel, you go out and you read this roll. You give the Holy Spirit to my people. And you know what? I'm going to send you to a people that's not going to hear you. I'm going to send you to a people that's going to lie on you and all that. So you know what? You have to get tough skin and realize we're not wrestling with flesh and blood. We're here to work and serve and to help our people. And that's including those that are against us. It's not going to be easy. We're going to have pushback. People are going. Let me tell you, it's stuff people are saying out there, all types of crazy stuff about me. You understand? And you know what? You know what I do? I smile and say, you know what? Hey, you know what? Guess what? Did they not say worse against my Lord and Savior? A servant is not more worthy than his master. You get up and you Maloney, you spark that fire that was in you from the first day and use it. The Most High, that's the problem he had against the church. No, the church is in Revelation, the 2nd chapter, where it talks about that church who forgot their first love. We must spark that original spirit. And that's what keeps me going, brother. Listen, there's a prize at the end of this. And all the running we've been doing up until this time, to the point I met you, before I met you, till this time, brother, listen, I'm running on that same steam, that spirit. That's what fuels us. There's a prize at the end of this, brother. If you're not doing something and you know in the spirit you should be doing it, today is when it begins. Ain't no one going to steal my crown. Listen, I'm going to get what I've worked for. Okay? And I don't just believe. I know the king. Listen, this kingdom has gone to hell. This thing is trash. So no empire that has done what this kingdom has done didn't fall. And brother, we're so close to our kingdom. So if the fall of this kingdom is not enough to stimulate you, I don't know what can. Because there's nothing left here. Everything I'm doing is for what's to come. This thing is finished, man. So if that don't motivate you, the prophets and the prophets and the disciples wish that they had the opportunity you and I have right now to be right here during the time of the coming of our Lord and Savior and to speak on it. They're waiting for the consolation. They're waiting for the change, brother. We are here. And guess what? The angels are writing this in the annals within heaven. There's another book that's being written, brother, and you don't want to be out of that one. We want to be written in that book like, listen, here's the prophets and teachers that stood in Babylon against all adversity, at Satan's heightened kingdom. These were my warriors who warred even in slavery, even through captivity. Brother, this is it. You think I feel good about having to get on planes and go here and go there and go here? Listen, sometimes I just want to be. I just want to be to myself. But it comes to it, and it comes to me every day and say, listen, if you don't do this, son, I'm going to raise someone else to do it. But my will will be done. Now you get your butt up, get your little butt up, and you go do some work. Okay? Don't sit down and just, you can't be like Jezron, who waxed fat and sat back and kicked. Okay? Do the work. You'll be remembered to doing my work. And if you're working, you can't be sinning. Okay? Do my work. And see, brother, and that's what covers the multitude of sin. You understand? Brother, you stand up and fight with what's left in you, brother, and I'll help you. But, brother, go out swinging. Because they're going to try to destroy us anyway. No one's going to tell me anywhere. It's not going to be written anywhere that Elder Ricard Shaw wasn't fighting for his people and fighting for truth with his till his very last breath. You'll never hear about that. And, brother, that's what should be said for all of us. That we didn't sit back and just let it be. We did something. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Just like my brother Dayard, he got a song. I listen to it sometimes. Do the work.
All we need is love. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. All we need is love. Love, love, love. Love. All we need is love. Make them feel bad, cause in your eyes they don't fit in. You don't know what they've been through. Maybe they need love too. Did you ever think about that? If your brother needed you, would you kick it to the curb or help him assist and stop the competing and bickering? It's useless. Fruit of the spirit is love, joy, peace, long suffering and goodness. Love is pure, trust, forgiveness. No backstabbing. If someone tell you something, don't share their secrets. See, to me, love is life, and I wanna live like Christ. Yeah, just like Christ. But the love of many wax cold. They'd rather see you at your downfall. They had things to talk about. Well, you know iniquity abound. Where's your light? All I see is darkness. I don't want no parts of it. No different from the world full of gossip and no shade. This goes for all of us. Real talk, yeah. Real love will teach you how to love. Real love will teach you how to love. Real love will teach you how to love. Real love will teach you how to. All we need is love. Ahia fills in all gaps, a healer for sure. And we can't come short of eternal happiness. Once his spirit touches your soul, you're able to truly pour out that same love to your brother as Yeshua did. Shalom.